Tradoon. Tradoon. In at number 8, we have the Tradoon. Tradoon, the Tradoon, Tradoon.
Hi all.
Ontogeny.
Tradoon.
glue is cheap. You were saying?
It's in the cupboard. No, the one by your knees.
We happy? Vincent! We happy?
Yeah, we happy.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. So good to have all of you here today. Glad you could join us on this beautiful Tuesday afternoon, or whatever time it may happen to be, whenever you're watching this, whether you're live right now, and hello to all of chat, or whether you're watching sometime in the future, either on the VOD, on Twitch, or on YouTube. And I am way behind. I'm like a week and a half behind, maybe 2 weeks behind, uploading these videos to YouTube, so it's something I'll be working on after stream today. Anyway, great to have you all here. I just had to go turn off the 3D printer because it, oh boy, kind of went haywire a little bit. We'll have to start it over and see if we can get this thing to work. But, yeah, we'll be printing more of our Triarchunkus today. We'll be covering some fossil news. We might watch a cool little video about bird evolution that just came out today. And, of course, we're going to have all kinds of wonderful Q&A, all kinds of interesting tangents. This is a live broadcast, so you never really know what might happen. But it's so good to have all of you here. And if any of you are here for the very first time, then let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach, you know? Talking to people about fossils, talking about my own research and that of my colleagues, trying to give you an inside peek into how fossil science works. As a dinosaur paleontologist, I go out and dig up dinosaurs across the American West with various museums. I study dinosaurs, I publish on them in the scientific literature, and nowadays I actually make my living here on Twitch doing science outreach full time. I would not be able to do that without all of these wonderful contributors. Everybody you see with a sub badge next to their name either paid for that themselves or was gifted it by somebody else, which is pretty extraordinary. So thank you for allowing me to do what I do 5 days a week. The world's first full-time live streaming paleontologist. Here we are. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Before we get into any of our news or anything like that, let me scroll up to the top of chat and say hello to everybody. And my scroll wheel does not want to cooperate on this mouse. But Golganek, how are you doing? Welcome, Golganek. How the Triarchunkus print turned out? Well, Golganek, I will show you that in a few minutes. Yeah. We've got 3 more parts to print for it, but the most important half of all 3 halves is done. I'll show that to you after I get done saying hello to chat. Lenina, how are you doing? Welcome. Great to have you here, Lenina, as it always is. I saw your new tattoos on Twitter right before I started the stream up. Pretty cool, Lenina. Pretty cool. Go for Fluffernut. How are you doing, Fluff? Howdy, howdy. Great to have you here. Hope all is well. And, Kulenis Raku, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Birds of Dead On has made some unholy amalgam of different dinosaurs there. Welcome, Birds of Dead On. It's good to have you here. Fall Machine. Hope the printer didn't mess up and leave a D off or add an extra D. Don't think Danny would be happy with a 2D or 3D print. I think that's exactly what happened here, unfortunately, Fall Machine. So when I'm done saying hello to everybody, we will get this thing fired up again and see if we can figure this out. And 4D print, asked Jody Fish. You mean it moves through time? Yeah, just like this does. This is also known as a time machine. It moves through time at the rate of 1 second per second. Whether or not it's working. It's pretty cool. Most things tend to do that, you know? Pinieco23, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. I haven't seen your name here before. Welcome to the channel. I hope you stick around. Looks like you got a gift sub, or maybe you subscribed yourself. Thank you. Eddie Scarin is here. How you doing, Eddie Scarin? Welcome, welcome. Duck Admirer, birds are dinosaurs. It's true. Great to have you here, Duck Admirer. Scrolling. Cliff Alistair McLean, what bizarre dinosaurian chimera is that you've made, Cliff Alistair McLean? But I'm glad you're here regardless. Welcome. And T. Guy Rex, how are you doing? TGI Rex. Thank goodness it's Rex. Welcome. Thank goodness you're here. Thanks for joining us. Mama M Media, thank you for the raid too. Welcome, Mama M and Raiders. And let's see. Scrolling. Ghostly Ghoul, what's shaking with you? Pendrake says just starting. Yes, indeed, Pendrake. Yeah. Scrolling. Arle, how are you doing, Arle0501? I'm glad to have you here. Yeah, indeed, Whopper, I think is how they say Whopper in France, right? I don't know. Yeah. And who else do we have got? Oscar Juniors. Hello, Oscar Juniors. Denver was not the last dinosaur, but Nina, you make me laugh. Good stuff. Astronomy Show, what's shaking with you? Good to have you here. Papa Meow Meow, how are you doing? I hope all is well. And Claire Burr, how are things with you, Claire? Hope you are peachy keen today. It's good to see you, Claire Burr, as it always is. Botleak, hello to you, Botleak. Good to have you here. Xtina is back. Xtina90, how are you? Pterodactyl, there should be a silent P before the T in Tuesday too, right? Pterosaur Tuesday? We could do a Pterosaur Tuesday. I've never thought about that before. It's an idea. Yeah. And Ragnarocker. Yeah, it's such a shame that they named that Vastatosaurus Rex, because the thing is, now we can't actually use that name for a real dinosaur. It's taken now, and it's such a good name. Yeah. But anyway. Very important question. Are pterodactyl and pteranodon the same? So pteranodon is a genus of dinosaur. Pterodactyl is like just kind of a generic term for pterosaurs, I guess. Although there's a particular type of pterosaur called a pterodactyloid pterosaur. And there's also Pterodactylus, which is a genus of pterosaur. So no, they're not the same thing. Paleontologists don't really say pterodactyl usually. But pteranodon looks like this. Pterosaurs in general. There's many different kinds. And thank you, Dinosaur Dave. Hey, I appreciate that. Appreciate that, Dinosaur Dave. Gifting Ragnarocker there. Good stuff. Holy cow, Dinosaur Dave. Thank you. And look, we're on our way to our sub goal now. Check that out. Yeah, pterosaurs. So, the pterosaur is like the generic term for this whole group. The collective term for this whole group, pterosaurs. But there is a particular genus called Pterodactylus. And Murph, thank you, Murph, for those 5 gift subs. Excellent, Murph.
Murph is getting serious with those 5 gift subs.
I really appreciate that, Murph. Thank you. Good stuff. Yeah. Here. I bet you if we go to Wikipedia, they'll have a concise answer for your question. Oop. It would help if I'd put the T in there, right? Yeah. There is no article for the word pterodactyl. So, yeah, when you click that, it just redirects to pterosaur. Pterosaur is the term for this entire group. But there is a particular genus named Pterodactylus right here. That's from the Jurassic period, not the same thing as Pteranodon. Yeah, probably looked something like this. Yeah. But yeah. Let's see, scrolling. And the 5 upcoming episodes titles have been leaked for Prehistoric Planet 2. Ooh, Dr. Terra, can you share them with us? That sounds neat. Yeah. And, Dinosaur Dave. Sliders last night. That's the one about turtles, right? Like red-eared sliders. Same time, same place, different universe. No, this is different. Oh, shoot. You know, in my universe, Dinosaur Dave, the show Sliders is about, you know, red-eared sliders. You know, these guys. Yeah. They had Allosaurs shown with Stegosaurs and Velociraptors both name-dropped as alive, where San Francisco is meant to be. Interesting. Very end of the episode, they even showed an almost complete Allosaurus, posed like the Jurassic Park raptor. Huh. Something impressive for 96 visual-wise. We don't have any... The closest Allosaurus to San Francisco would probably be in western Wyoming. Yeah. Or no, hang on, take it back. Sorry. Eastern Utah. Eastern Utah would be the closest. Although, when Allosaurus was walking around, California, most of coastal California was underwater. So yeah, there we go. Let's go back to about 150 million years ago. There we go, here's North America. So San Francisco, yeah, there is a chance there could have been Allosaurs in or around San Francisco. But a lot of coastal California would have been underwater during the reign of Allosaurus. Yeah. Yeah. Interesting idea there, Dinosaur Dave. Interesting idea. Charlie's Dragon, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Great to have you here. Sciant Streams, I hope things are good with you. It's great to see you, Valence. I hope all's well. And Texas Cryptid, hello to you. Welcome, welcome. Man, I'm taking forever to get through chat. Let's see. And there is a pterodactylus. There is indeed, Claire Burr. Yeah. How realistic are the Skull Island 2000? They're made up for the movie, Ragnarocker. Yeah. They're not... Those aren't real dinosaurs. Yeah. Twitcher 2012, how are you? Welcome, Twitcher. Good to have you here. Thanks for joining us. Yeah. Portal. Yes, indeed. And, but yeah. Let's see. And what was that map? Says Punch's Pilot? It's there in chat for you, yeah. And are there any sauropods that have live young instead of egg? No. As far as you know, all dinosaurs were produced via egg laying. None of them gave live birth. Just like today, there are no birds that give live birth, nor are there any other extant archosaurs. No crocodiles give live birth. Although there were crocodiles that gave live birth during the Age of Dinosaurs. Marine crocodiles. But as far as we know, no dinosaurs have ever given birth to live young. They've all laid eggs. Twitcher says, hello, mate. Greetings from the UK. Well, Twitcher, welcome to Paleontologizing. And greetings from the beautiful, sunny San Francisco Bay Area. It's great to have you here. Thank you for joining me. Let's continue. Right here. I'm almost down to the bottom of chat. Yeah. But yeah. Are the Skull Island dinosaurs... I'm really not familiar with them, Ragnarocker. Sorry. Yeah. I'm much more familiar with, you know, real-life dinosaurs. But yeah. Anyway, yeah, and it's been forever since I've even seen that movie. But yeah. Anywho. Let me show off. Well, first, let's try and get their 3D printer up and running again. Then I'll show off the print from yesterday. Give me just a second. Let me attend to this mess here, and we will try and figure this out, huh? Let me go pop up on this other camera. There we go. All right. That should start printing in just a little bit. But let me show off what we accomplished yesterday. Our sculpt of Trirarchonchus. This is just the front half of 3 halves, which we'll be printing. But yeah, this is one of my dinosaurs. A little Alvarosaurid from the Hell Creek Formation of eastern and central Montana. Trirarchonchus prairiensis is the name of the critter. And I sculpted this live on stream. And then I finished it this weekend when I had some time. But yeah, here is a much better model. Non-digital model. This one was sculpted and feathered and painted by hand by very talented artist Boban Filipovic. You can now see this at the Badlands Dinosaur Museum in Dickinson, North Dakota. That's where Denver Fowler runs things now. But I wanted to have my own to put up on the shelf behind me here. This is going to be replacing our Victorian Iguanodon. And so, yeah. Check it out. Yeah. Let's do this. There we go. So you can see it up close. Check out those ridiculously short arms, very stubby, but man, do they have a big claw on there. Probably for ripping open termite nests. And maybe ripping open, like, the burrows of mammals to eat them up also. Yeah, so this critter may have eaten our ancestors, actually, which is kind of interesting to think about. But yeah, so the whole thing wouldn't fit on the print bed. I'm printing it about 20 inches long. And the middle half, I believe, is currently printing. I think it's the middle. We're already off to potentially a bad start. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Yeah. 1/6 scale, probably about 1/3 scale or something like that. Let's say 1/4 scale. Yeah. Let me check on this real quick. So far, so good. Let's hope it continues to work properly. But yeah. Anyway. Good stuff. And thank you, Dr. Terra. I appreciate that. Yeah, this creature, well, not exactly Trirarchonchus, but Mononychus appeared in this. In Prehistoric Planet. I know I showed this yesterday, but everybody loves it. Let's have another watch here real quick. This is basically the same dinosaur except from Mongolia. We've only got very few differences between them. In fact, Mononychus might be the ancestor of our Trirarchonchus. So check it out.
Mononychus is a desert specialist.
Yeah.
Such hypersensitive directional hearing gives her a mental map of this hollow log and what lies within.
So this is from Prehistoric Planet, which has a new season coming out in May.
She now uses the weapon that gives this hunter its name.
Shing!
Mononychus. Single giant claws. Just what she needs to open its nest. And she has another special piece of equipment. A flexible tongue twice the length of her head.
Isn't that cool?
Protein
Scorchy? Yeah.
meal. If only termites weren't quite so irritating.
Yeah. I know the feeling. Yeah, so that's Mononicus, which, again, is essentially the same dinosaur as Triarchonchus. In fact, they could even be two members of the same genus. But most dinosaur genera, when they get named, they're monospecific. So, like, a dinosaur genus is essentially a dinosaur species. That's just kind of the way it works. But yeah. Anyway, very cool. And Dr. Terra, thank you for posting this right here. Prehistoric Planet Season 2 comes out on what, May 22nd? Yeah. And this is cool. These new STEM resources challenge students in grades 1 through 6 to use core learning skills as they explore. Good stuff. Yeah. But we've got an episode list, do we? Episode 1, Islands. Episode 2, Badlands. Episode 3, Swamps. Episode 4, Oceans. Episode 5, North America. Okay. We're probably going to have a bunch of Hell Creek dinosaurs in that one. I'm excited. This is all going to be set at the very end of the Cretaceous period, unless I'm grievously mistaken. So we're going to be seeing some of your favorite dinosaurs. Tyrannosaurus, Triceratops, Pachycephalosaurus, maybe Ankylosaurus if we're lucky. Maybe we'll even see little Triarchonchus. That will be pretty extraordinary. We'll see. They might as well include it. It's got such a great name. The name Triarchonchus, even though it might be difficult to pronounce, it means Captain Hook. Yeah. There we go. Yeah. From the NHM in London. New Captain Hook dinosaur with clawed hands discovered. The reason I'm so excited about this dinosaur is because I was one of the authors on the paper. Yeah. Where did that go? Where is the link? There we go. Yeah. Here's the actual link to the paper right here. Yep. And who's that dingus? My goodness. Yeah. So yeah. And Montana, Mongolia, same place, right? Close enough, Claire Burr. They actually do have similar climates, oddly enough. But yeah. And from swamps to an entire continent. Yeah, Jacob Beyond, I guess so. Yeah. And Punch's Pilot says, have there been any deep-sea discoveries of dinosaurs? No. Dinosaurs didn't really live in the ocean. And it's exceedingly difficult to find fossils at the bottom of the ocean, you know? So, yeah. There are definitely dinosaur fossils that have been found in areas that used to be ocean, but aren't anymore. Borealopelta is a good example of that. But yeah. The dinosaur who was buried at sea. Yeah.
Concretion around Borealopelta kept most of its skeleton together. Better yet, the rocky shell helped the dinosaur retain its three-dimensional shape, even as layers of sediment piled up on the carcass over time. Between the bloat and float process and the seafloor environment where it landed, Borealopelta kind of hit the jackpot in terms of preservation.
Pretty cool.
Along with those osteoderms, experts found that the fossil was also covered with tiny
Is this loud enough?
scales on much
That
of
sounds
its
too
skin.
quiet.
And delicate skin structures were spread out across the skull, neck.
Anyway, if you would like to watch more of this is a lovely video, and we'll be watching another video from the same channel today, I think. So yeah. We do get a good number of those bloat and float dinosaurs like that. Ones that died, some were on land, and then they floated out to sea. Here, I think she'll talk about that here.
Some of its fossils even bear the tooth marks of
Yeah, hang on.
8 million years ago, a huge 3 meters long and lived in the western.
Brightsmith, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
I'm
good to have you here.
Applaud the work of vertebrate paleontologists.
Well, thank you, Dr. Drips Respect. How very respectful of you. Thank you for following. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah, respect indeed. Thanks. It's good to have you here. Welcome to the channel. Let me know if you've got any questions. And by the way, did we thank Murph enough for those 5 gift subs earlier? Murph, I want you to know how much I appreciate that. Thank you for that, Murph. Seriously, that's a big deal. I appreciate your support. We're now at 6 out of 50. That is 3/25ths of the way there. Pretty good. Look at me reducing fractions like a pro. But yeah. Mayor Space says they set sail on the voyage of the dead. Yes. Take a look.
U.S. during the late Jurassic
Yeah.
period. But nodosaurs persisted throughout the Cretaceous period, sticking around right until the age of dinosaurs ended 66 million years ago. And both nodosaurs and ankylosaurids often turn up in marine fossil deposits.
Which is interesting.
Now, you might remember from our
For whatever reason, these like heavy 4-legged armored dinosaurs, we find them in marine deposits sometimes. Upside down, sinking armor first into the briny depths. And why? This is not one of those dinosaurs. Here's a hadrosaur. But I'm talking about these guys. Like Borealopelta. Like, how in the world? Maybe they're just really bad at crossing rivers? So they would, like drown in a river and then they just get carried off out to sea? Or maybe they could float really, really far because they've got a big old gut and they've got tough skin. So maybe they just bloat and bloat and bloat and float and float and float. And it would take a long time before they'd actually puncture or something. I don't know. They did not eat fish, Ghostly Ghoul. They did not. No, they were plant eaters. Probably eating horsetails, ferns, low-growing plants like that. Ground cover plants. Although, who knows? Maybe they'd also knock over trees and eat the leaves when the tree falls to the ground. I don't know. Gut contents are kind of all over the map for these guys with different kinds of plants, but they seem to mostly be like ferns and, yeah, charcoal sometimes too. But maybe they like to swim a lot, and sometimes one would get lost at sea. Could be, Mayor Space. I mean, that's a difficult hypothesis to test, Yeah. Fall Machine says, maybe friends to their innocent prank. How's that armor gonna help you now? Oh no, that's dark, Fall Machine. Pendrake says, maybe they grazed offshore on seaweed sargasso or something. Seaweeds like that, I don't think they actually existed during the age of dinosaurs. Seaweeds are all angiosperms or algae. Well, algae would have. Yeah. Seagrass would not have existed yet. Yeah. Maybe they found water flora more tasty? I mean, it's possible. These are just really difficult ideas to test, Science is all about testing. You can come up with an idea that sounds plausible, but, like, how do you actually gather evidence for it? And with an idea like that, how would you disprove that, In science, an idea is not useful or valuable unless there's some way to disprove it. I don't mean that, like, oh, you have to disprove an idea in science for it to work. No. The thing is, it has to be an idea that could be disproved. And people try to disprove it, and when they can't, they go, oh, shoot. Maybe that's legit. Falsifiability is one of these ideas in science that's extraordinarily important. Falsifiability in science. Have we got a, yeah. Here's a little bit of science philosophy for you. Karl Popper.
You might think that scientists begin with hypotheses such as all swans are white and then go about looking for evidence to support them. Karl Popper disagreed. He
Yeah.
suggested that scientists do indeed begin with hypotheses, bold hypotheses that can be falsified by evidence.
Mm-hmm.
But rather than looking for supporting evidence, Popper argued scientists go out of their way to refute their own hypotheses.
It's true. So, like, if you say, well, you know, these ankylosaurs, these guys, they must have just really liked swimming a lot, you know? It's like, well, in order for that to be a robust scientific idea, you've got to find some way to be able to test it, you know? And you try and disprove it. And if a bunch of people have tried to disprove it repeatedly, and they can't, that means maybe there's something to it, you know? Uh-oh. I'm hearing some scritching noises from the 3D printer. Okay, so far so good. So far so good. Let's continue. So how would you come up with a testable hypothesis about ankylosaurs really liking to swim or something like that? You know, how would you make that a more scientific idea? You know? Yeah.
Testing them to destruction. They go out searching for black swans, not more white swans. Science is all about falsification, not confirmation.
At least that's what
series of
Karl Popper said, yeah.
And refutations. A former Marxist himself, Popper wasn't fond of Marxism. Marxists argued that theirs was a scientific analysis of history. Everything that happened was determined by class struggle.
I mean, that's
and
the thing, is that
revolution was inevitable.
History is not really like
the workers failed to
a scientific thing.
Rather than taking this as a refutation of their view, Marxists suggested workers were simply victims of false consciousness, unable to see the situation as it truly was. Popper fulminated against this way of dealing with counter-evidence, claiming it immunized Marxist hypotheses, which were originally testable, turning them into irrefutable pseudoscience. There was no...
And I mean, to be fair, Karl Popper also said the same thing about evolution, too. Like, this is the problem with people who don't necessarily really understand very much about a particular niche subject, but they still want to make, like, broad proclamations about it. So, yeah, I don't know. And this is why Karl Popper is not necessarily, like, his philosophies are not the be-all and end-all for what is and is not science, but he had some really interesting ideas that other people built on and kind of took in other interesting directions. So, yeah.
No imaginable observation that could prove the Marxists were wrong. If the workers revolted, that showed the Marxists were right. If they didn't revolt, that also showed they were right. It was win-win.
Wait, but we're not going to talk about how it just ends there? Oh, boy. Anyway. Yeah, so Karl Popper's ideas were definitely flawed in a lot of ways. But, yeah, I don't know. There's a wonderful book about this that I'd like to recommend to you. If you're interested in, like, the philosophy of science, what makes ideas scientific, what separates science from pseudoscience, and what separates science from other fields of learning and scholarship, things like history. Where do you draw the line between science and history, or science and pseudoscience? This book is by an evolutionary biologist and, like, philosopher of science named Massimo Pigliucci. It's got a lousy name, Nonsense on Stilts, How to Tell Science from Bunk. Like, it's not a very intriguing title or cover, but if you would like a good definition of what science is, what separates it from other ways of knowing, and from, like, false ways of knowing, too. Rond Loopman, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah, check this out, Nonsense on Stilts by Massimo Pigliucci. Really, really excellent book. And this also kind of goes into some detail about kind of the difference between so-called hard and soft sciences. And how it's not really like a difference in kinds, it's a matter of degree. The soft sciences are just the ones that are more complex. They deal with a lot more variables. Many people consider fields like psychology or sociology to be soft sciences. Some people consider paleontology to be a soft science. I've heard that from physicists before. They go, oh, we study physics. And physics is truly the queen of the sciences. Like, ours is the most sciencey of all sciences. And that's completely untrue. It's just that they have the fewest variables that they're dealing with, because they're dealing with the very basic building blocks of the universe. Other sciences take physics into account and other stuff, like chemistry is basically applied physics. Geology is applied chemistry and physics together. So, and then paleontology takes biology and geology and makes a science out of those combined. So really, the bigger sciences are the ones that are often called soft sciences. Small sciences, ones that deal with, like, the fewest numbers of variables. If you want to really make a physicist mad, you could say, you know, the easy sciences. You know? The simple stuff. You're just dealing with, you know, the minutia. That's physics, you know? Yeah. This book talks about that, too. Kind of makes that argument. It's good stuff. So, yeah. Yeah. And Murph says, Popper's falsifiability principle for a theory to be considered scientific, it must be possible to disprove or refute it. Yeah. Yeah, which is largely, we hold to that in the sciences, yeah. That much is true, yeah. And a lot of physicists think biology is soft science. Right, you know? But, you know, give them a break. They're only physicists, you know? They don't really understand these things. I'm kidding, but you know what I mean. Yeah. And gardening is this is true, Andy. Yeah. Yeah. A lot of botany involved with gardening. But yeah. And you've met a lot of guitar strumming physicists who don't fit that description at all. I'm glad to hear that, Fall Machine. Yeah. Yeah. Some of my best friends have been physicists. Back in Montana. But, or at least one. Yeah. Yeah, I should get back in touch with him. It's been a long time. I think he lives in Germany now. But yeah. Anyway, what were we talking about? And you've been meaning to get that book? Go for it, Lenina. It's good stuff. It's also available as an audiobook. And, also... Here. You know, between you and me, you also may be able to find it online somewhere and, maybe torrent the audiobook, you know? But, you didn't hear that from me, allegedly, in a video game, you know? I can't really talk openly about that kind of thing, so everybody keep that under your hats, because, I mean, honestly, you never really know what might happen if, you know... You know how things are nowadays with intellectual property, and you never know when you might get shut down for saying something like that. Yeah, it truly... I'm totally kidding. Yeah, you didn't hear that from me, though. Yeah. But yeah. Let's get back to our ankylosaurs, who may or may not have liked swimming. Yeah.
Dinosaurs ended 66 million years ago. And both nodosaurs and ankylosaurids often turn up in marine fossil deposits. Now, you might remember from our video when sharks swam the Great Plains that from about 95 to 68 million years ago, a huge body of water called the Western Interior Seaway split North America in half. And earlier in the Cretaceous, much of West Central...
Oh no, Red Bulwark. If Nintendo ever finds a rare skeleton. Don't even say that. Oh boy. Will garnish your wages till the day you die.
Canada and the Upper Great Plains were covered by the Maori Sea, an extension of the Arctic Ocean. So there was a lot of available sea for the armored dinosaurs to end up in. For example, take the nodosaur known as Niobrarasaurus.
Yeah.
Exclusively from the Lake
From
Cretaceous
Kansas,
marine deposits
which is
of
nuts.
western Kansas.
Yeah.
And some of its fossils even bear the tooth marks of ancient sharks. And
Interesting.
lots of other armored ankylosaurs, including nodosaurs, have been found in marine deposits from places like Queensland, Australia, and James Ross Island, Antarctica. One
Yes,
species was
indeed.
even found in
Yeah.
California with fossilized oysters in
Aletapelta, that should have been our state dinosaur here. It really should have been. It's so cool. Aletapelta is wonderful. It really, really is. And, oh, goodness. I think there's a video with Tracy Ford talking about it. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, there's Tracy Ford talking about it.
So 70 million years ago, it changed from a subduction zone to a storage field.
There we go.
So nodosaurs,
Yeah.
nodosaurs are solid, and ankylosaurs are hollow. These are hollow. So we were saying, no, it's not a nodosaur, it's an ankylosaur. Well, it wasn't well accepted. That's okay. Arbor did an independent research on it, on ankylosaurs. She studies ankylosaurs, and she came to the conclusion that it is an ankylosaur. Now, she found something that we should have caught, and that is...
Anyway, I still have yet to see this. This is down in San Diego. I really need to come visit here. That's really cool stuff. But it's another ankylosaur. It's either a nodosaurid or an ankylosaurid. There's two groups of ankylosaurs. Well, there's more than that, but just for the sake of simplicity. Nodosaurid versus ankylosaurid. Yeah, there we go. Thank you, Royal Tyrrell Museum. Good stuff. Yeah. That's not perfect, though. It should say ankylosaurid versus nodosaurid. These are both ankylosaurs. They're both part of Ankylosauria, named after Ankylosaurus, who would have looked something like this. But, the ankylosaurids, which is like one family within Ankylosauria, ankylosaurids tend to have tail clubs. Nodosaurids, no tail club. And that's how you can remember it. Nodosaurids have got no tail club. Yeah. You know, just like how, like in a cave, like stalagmites might hang from the cave ceiling, but they don't. Nodosaurids have no tail club. So there you go. Yeah. Armed and not armed. They've got, all of them have arms, Alex Vixen. Or are they legs? They walk on all fours. Anyway. Yeah. I know what you mean, Alex Vixen. I know.
Borealopelta, the spectacular nodosaur that those Alberton miners came across.
Yeah.
Discovered in the early Cretaceous Clearwater Formation, where the fossils of marine reptiles like plesiosaurs and ichthyosaurs often turn up. But scientists had never found any dinosaur material out there until Borealopelta.
Yeah.
So what happened? Well, after its death, Borealopelta's corpse hit the sea floor around 200 to 400 kilometers away from the closest shoreline. And it landed upside down, which turns out to have been a common fate for nodosaurs. Computer simulations suggest that these top-heavy animals would have flipped over pretty easily while floating in the water. So below the waves...
So, once the stomach pops, yeah. I was going to make a joke about computer simulations, you know. When you throw a computer into the water, it also sinks. It's an expensive simulation to run, but, you know. Yeah. Float and bloat music. Well, we usually say bloat and float, because the bloat part comes first. But, bloat and float and sink. But, yeah. Someone set him up the drown in aerospace. All your ankylosaur belong to us.
Animals would have flipped over pretty easily while floating in the water. So below the waves, Borealia pelta came to rest in a layer of stagnant, oxygen-poor mud.
Yep.
Traces of burrowing sea creatures were found nearby, but paleontologists found no evidence that the dinosaur's body was scavenged. And when it was discovered, Borealia pelta was encased in a tomb of hard rock called a concretion.
Yeah.
As the body decayed, carbon dioxide and other substances were released, which changed the chemistry of the water inside the mud around
Pretty
the
cool.
carcass.
It's like it made its own tomb.
A tough layer of siderite, a type of iron carbonate, formed, protecting the dinosaur's remains. But how did it get so far away from the coastline? After all, Borealia pelta was heavily armored and short-legged, so it was probably a terrible swimmer. And it lived on land anyways, so there's no reason to think that the nodosaur swam to its watery grave. It's more like...
Probably got whacked, you know? Yeah, you know? Owed the wrong people money.
That the dinosaur's body was
the wrong
washed out
dinosaur's
to
money.
sea. Sometimes after an animal dies and bacteria start breaking it down, gases build up inside the corpse. And if the carcass ends up in a body of water while that's happening, it might start bobbing around at the surface.
Yep. I've actually seen this happen before with a dead goat. When I was in Great Falls, Montana with my physicist friend, I was staying with him and his family before I left for the field. This would have been 2012, I think. It was in Great Falls, Montana, and there was the Missouri River that runs through there. There's this big weird thing floating in the water. I'm like, what is that? It looked like a big white trash bag. And it was like round like this. And then I got a little bit closer to the river and like looked at it real carefully. And then it kind of turned around a little bit, and then it became obvious. It was a dead goat. And its whole torso is all inflated from those, you know, those bacteria that were decomposing it. And yeah, it's just floating there on the surface. Big dead goat. Its belly all swelled up. So it still happens today. Stuff just like this.
Call this phenomenon bloat and float. Eventually, those gases escape, the body stops floating, and it sinks to the bottom. And no matter where an animal dies, there's a good chance its remains will get scattered around after death. But the concretion around Borealia pelta kept most of its skeleton together. Better yet, the rocky shell helped the dinosaur retain its three-dimensional shape, even as layers of sediment piled up on the carcass over time.
Pretty cool.
Between the bloat and float process and the seafloor environment where it landed, Borealia pelta kind of hit the jackpot.
The ponderous Trachodon, 32 feet long and 14 feet high, 1,500 teeth, and not a single...
B-Bubs, not a single cavity. Why did it end too soon? Welcome, B-Bubs. Good to have you here. Thanks for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologist. Yeah. Anyway, Dinosaur Dave says, I've seen it in cows, and when they pop, it's a whole thing. Yeah. Holy moly. Yeah. Same thing happens with whales. Shoot, they're... I don't know if I can actually show this on stream, because it's pretty gross. But there is a, whale explodes on street. Yeah. There is a dead sperm whale. Ugh. Yeah, there she blows. Dead whale explodes. I'll give you the link to this so you can see it if you'd like, but I won't show it on the screen. The decomposing remains of a 60-ton sperm whale exploded on a busy Taiwan street, showering nearby cars and shops with blood and organs and stopping traffic for hours. So let me just describe this to you. They've got a 60-foot-long sperm whale. Almost certainly a male, because only males really get that big, I think. It's on the back of a big flatbed truck. And there's just guts everywhere. Because the stomach had swelled up, bloated, as it was decomposing, and then it popped and just kapow. Guts everywhere. Really nasty. Yeah. Holy cow. So they were going to take it away for a necropsy, which is why they were driving it through a city like this. And they didn't get it there fast enough. Holy cow. So yeah, this is something that happens. This is an example of taphonomy, you know? what happens to a creature in between when it dies and when it gets, well, in the case of dinosaurs that I study, when they get fossilized, preserved. This whale is not getting fossilized. It blew up, and I'm sure they buried it somewhere. I guess maybe there is a chance that it could get fossilized. Have we got a YouTube video about this? Alright, it's just... Ugh. It's not video footage, it's just a slideshow. This thing was already pretty badly decomposed when they picked it up. It looks like. Yowza. And there's another video which I'll share with you. Not gonna watch it on stream. But, yeah, a dead sperm whale explodes and holy cow! That guy is lucky to have survived. Like, if he were just a few feet further forward, he could have died. That could have taken his head off. A dead sperm whale explodes in the Faroe Islands as a man attempts to open its stomach. The mammal's inside suddenly surge open as the man in protective costume runs to shield himself from the slime. Sperm whales are not killed in the Faroe Islands. The whale had died of natural causes. Here is a link. It's really gross, which is why I'm not showing you on the screen right now. But yeah. Dinosaurs would have done the same thing. You know, like whales, a lot of dinosaurs are also quite large. Some dinosaurs were larger than just about any whale. And yeah, imagine a sauropod. You know, imagine a dead sauropod. You know, let's say a dead Barosaurus. Really big one. Really big dead Barosaurus. It's so long it doesn't even show, like, fit on the screen. One of these animals. You know, it's like 80 feet long. It dies after the end of a long and prosperous life. And just, you know, its carcass is baking under the hot Jurassic sun. That torso begins to swell up. And then you get some predatory dinosaurs walking over. Some Allosaurus, maybe. They smell it. I mean, they better open that carcass ASAP, because if they wait for it to swell up too much, it could just... It could really explode. Yeah. Anyway. Neuralicia says the Technicolor neck is cool. We've got good reason to think that sauropods like this may have used their necks as, like, billboards for display. So they very well may have been brightly colored like this. I really like this one here. I think that's really neat. Yeah, it's kind of a shame that these dinosaurs often, they're kind of shown as gray or brown, when they probably would have been fairly brightly colored. I tried to do that in my emote there. It's got some stripes on it, but it's kind of hard to see on the neck. Anyway. Yeah. And Crazy Nut DK. Thank you for that 18 months.
So we know just what they were like and can even sculpt them into still or rather extinct life.
It's true, Crazy Nut DK. Thank you for the 18 months of support. Really appreciate that. Thank you. And yeah, dinosaur sculpting like this is something that I do myself. Here is the front of our Triarchonchus, which I started printing yesterday, and am continuing to print right now. Printing what I think is the middle half of this dinosaur. And the third half we'll probably print tomorrow. Yeah. So yeah. But anyway. Yeah. Let's scroll up here. Cosmos says, imagine a perfectly preserved long neck, much longer, taller, and heavier than the heaviest blue whale. I kind of think it's not very likely, unfortunately. That would be super cool, Cosmos. Yeah, absolutely. A sauropod heavier than a blue whale? But that's the thing, is that... Here's Barosaurus, for instance. And they gave it a really thick neck right here. Yeah. Even if these dinosaurs are, like, almost twice as long as a blue whale, they're still not going to be as heavy because they have to support their weight on land, you know? Blue whales, you know, people say, oh yeah, they're the heaviest animals that ever lived. No, they're not. I mean, not really. They're essentially weightless. They live in the ocean, you know? You put them on land and they're not going to do so hot. I would not recommend doing that. Anybody watching in chat right now, do not try putting a whale on land. It doesn't go well. You know? Yeah. Yeah. So yeah. Dinosaurs, like sauropods, were truly astonishing because...
In that brief moment...
Oh, look at their skeletons. Holy cow.
To comprehend and appreciate the great dinosaurs.
Thank you, Fedorasaur, for the 19 months of support. Really appreciate that, Fedorasaur. Thank you, thank you. 19 months is a long time. Thanks for keeping me here on the air for that long. Truly appreciate you. Thank you very much. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Charlie's Dragon says, I think part of a blue whale's weight is because of the dense bones to counteract buoyancy and dive. That's part of it. They have to be neutrally buoyant. Yeah. They've got air-filled lungs. Holy moly. Or 19 months ago. Thank you, Tea Time Cat. Holy cow. Thank you, Tea Time Cat. For those 19 months of support.
The bone wall is so thin, it's about the same
How thin?
dimension as the wall of a dirter.
A what?
Is one of those things you get at the end of the paper towels, the cardboard thing in the middle, you go dir in it. Well, that's what this thing is like.
Yeah, thank you for the dir there, what it do. And the 9 months of support. Excellent stuff. I appreciate it, what it do. I appreciate it very much. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Yeah. Thanks for keeping me here on the air for the past 9 months. Excellent. We got a hype train going here, everybody. We're on our way to a level 2. If we get to a level 5, I'll play some ukulele songs about science. So we'll see if we get there. But yeah, all right. Let me scroll through. Cosmo says, when I say fully intact, I mean even the scales are intact. Yeah, the smaller the dinosaur, the easier it is to preserve it fully, Cosmos. So yeah, you're saying, wouldn't it be cool if we found the biggest sauropod ever and it had all of its skin preserved too? And it's like, that would not only be not only would it be the biggest dinosaur ever, it would also be the most unlikely to fossilize dinosaur ever. It would be super awesome. Holy cow. It's like, that's so cool that it'd be like essentially impossible. But yeah, yeah. That's the thing, is that like the bigger the dinosaur, the less likely it is to be complete. So if it's the biggest dinosaur ever, you know what that means. Yeah. Anyway, let me continue to scroll down. Mirgold says, I never did ask, did you ever go in more casually fossil hunting, not officially affiliated with academia? No, not really. I mean, not since I was a kid. And even then, it was like one time I stumbled on some bivalve fossils in a park near my house. Yeah. I've never really done any, like, amateur fossil collecting. It's always been with other paleontologists or specifically for research purposes. Yeah. Musaiga says, question, if I traveled back to the Cretaceous, would I survive or would I die due to no immune system for bacteria or viruses during that time? I don't know, Musaiga. It depends. Well, shoot. I don't know. I really don't know.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Save the data fund.
Thank you, Golganek, for the... I could probably afford a dirter with 100 bits like that. Thank you, Golganek. Appreciate you. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And Burn Slots, I did not watch the new PBS video today, although we had a member of chat who suggested that I watch it. Gimpleg tweeted at me earlier, and I said, yeah, remind me in chat today, and we'll watch it live on stream. So we're kind of waiting for Gimpleg. Then we'll go ahead and watch that. Should be good stuff. This just came out today. So yeah, PBS Eons, they've grown on me. And they do some pretty good videos nowadays. I like them. But yeah. Let's see. Scrolling. And that would be the fun, not the fun of the century, the fun of the millennium, Mirgle Schmirgle. Yes, indeed. In chat reminder, thank you, Gimpleg. Gimpleg is here. Howdy, Gimpleg. Thank you for reaching out to me. I appreciate that. Let's go ahead and watch this video, shall we? Let's do it. And you enjoy your breakfast, Dinosaur Dave. You enjoy your breakfast. There we go. It would help if I turn the sound on, huh? The video is entitled, "It's Becoming Very Clear That Birds Are Not Normal." Well, no, they're dinosaurs. You know? Let's have ourselves a look.
2007, in a quarry just outside a village in northeastern China, a farmer stumbled upon what seemed like some kind of small dinosaur fossil.
Ooh, does anybody know which dinosaur this is? Anybody have a guess? Anybody? Let's see, I'm seeing at least one correct answer so far. If you answered Archaeopteryx, then you are incorrect. If you answered I-Chi, you are correct. This is I-Chi. Not only is it one of the weirdest dinosaurs, it's also got the shortest name of any dinosaur. 4 letters total for its genus plus species name. Just 4 letters. I sometimes joke that someday we'll have a dinosaur with an even shorter name, and it'll just be the like Prince symbol as the genus name. It'll we'll have to refer to it verbally as the dinosaur formerly known as Prince. But yeah.
A museum bought the fossil from him, and in 2015, scientists announced that this chance discovery was a dinosaur unlike any found before. It was a pigeon-sized.
So weird. It's incredibly strange. Just incredibly bizarre. Like, nobody had ever found any... I guess we had a couple dinosaurs that were sort of similar to this, but the fact that it actually has those skin membranes, like, preserved on there shows that these critters, the Scansoriopterids, just way weirder than anybody thought to imagine. Feathers and skin wings. It's like it's a dinosaur that evolved feathers, or inherited feathers from its ancestors, just like birds did. But it does this weird bat wing thing. It's just incredibly strange. Like a pterosaur wannabe. There you go, 6-foot turkey. But it's got almost more bat-like wings because it's got multiple fingers that stretch across the wing membrane. Not just one finger like in pterosaurs, you know? Incredibly strange. And Mirgle Schmirgle says, I hear Ichi and immediately think of the sumo wrestler Ichinojo. Interesting. I think we should find another dinosaur from this same formation that was constantly fighting with this one. So we can name it Scratchy. We can have Ichi and Scratchy. You know, they fight. They fight. You know what I mean, right? have to spell it out for everybody? Yeah. Yeah, you know how it goes. Yeah. Ichi and... You got it. You got it.
Around 159 million.
That's what she said. There you
And
go.
it seemed like a very close relative of the earliest birds.
What about Poochie? Poochie died on his way back to his home planet, Rizadega. This is not... Yeah. R.I.P. Poochie. Anyway. And Naderfiend says, are paleontologists who specialize in the science of taphonomy cool in your experience? My undergrad advisor specialized in taphonomy. Yeah, Dave Verricchio. One of these days, we'll get him on here as an interviewee. Maybe I can do that next month if I reach out to him after the semester ends. But yeah, taphonomy, very, very interesting science, and it's kind of one of those things that it's a box that you got to check before you can actually really understand anything about an animal's the details of its anatomy or anything like that. You have to. Taphonomy is one of those boxes that you got to tick. You know. So yeah.
Which also got their start around this time. But it had one bizarre feature that had never been seen before in any ancient bird relative, or in any other kind of dinosaur. Bat-like, membraned wings.
Super
They named
weird.
it Ichi, which means strange wing in Mandarin.
And it is strange
Overnight,
indeed.
It showed us that there was a lot more going on near the origin of birds than we had previously thought. And its differences from birds actually makes the birds we know seem like the weird ones in comparison. Because if we take a step
birds
back,
are weird.
the discovery of Ichi forces us to ask an important question. From an evolutionary perspective, who really has the stranger wings?
Birds are actually really bizarre when you think
of
about them.
Wings. Many of us might picture feathers, probably because birds are so familiar to us. We're just used to feathers.
Look at us right here. It's not even Thursday for Thursday Birds Day, and yet we are talking about birds. It's because birds themselves are the only living dinosaurs still around, and they tend to come up again and again and again when we're talking about dinosaurs. But yeah, bird is the word, Naderfiend. It's true, and yeah. Bird are baryonyx. Are you sure about that, Murph? Let's continue.
Feathered wings being the default for airborne dinosaurs.
Yep.
And for decades, the fossil records seem to back this up, with paleontologists finding feathered dinosaurs in China and elsewhere. And though we knew we didn't have the full picture, the evolution of feathered wings and theropod dinosaurs
There you go, astronomy show.
flight was thought to have happened in a relative.
And Burnslot says alligators are not dinosaurs? Burnslots, excellent question. I'm so glad you asked it. No, alligators are not dinosaurs. There are actually no living dinosaurs except for birds. And Will, that's a funny place to pause on. But I'll show you why. So the way that we classify living things, that's not it. Hang on. The way that we as scientists classify living things is based on who their ancestors are. So here's what we call a phylogeny right here, and I'll spell that out for you. I need to make a command for this, huh? So I don't have to write it out every time. But let's annotate this. Come on. There we go. This is what we call a phylogeny. And this is, all this is an evolutionary family tree. That's a Y right there, in case that wasn't obvious. Phylogeny. An evolutionary family tree. This particular phylogeny covers the archosaurs. Archosaurs, which are the, name means ruling or royal reptiles. Yeah. And so Archosauria starts right here. This is one branch in the larger reptile family tree that we're looking at here. Crocodiles and alligators, other crocodilians, are up here. Dinosaurs start right here. So what makes something a dinosaur? Well, if we're going with like a strict definitional sense, what makes something a dinosaur? It has to have evolved from this ancestor. If it evolves from that ancestor, like all of these guys, basically everything here, then it is a dinosaur. That's how it works in science. We classify living things according to their ancestry, who they evolved from. That's why whales are mammals and not fish, even though they swim in the water and they have fins and whatever else. You don't go, oh, it's got fins and it lives in the water. It's a fish. It evolved from a mammal ancestor. That's why it's a mammal, you know? So yeah. That's funny. I just actually listened to a talk about these guys this morning at the Museum of Paleontology in Berkeley. This is Arizonosaurus, which is not a dinosaur. That's Arizonosaurus, and it is it's in Poposauroidea. This is like a basal archosaur from the earlier Middle Triassic. Anyway, dinosaurs evolved later, and all of these critters are dinosaurs, and that includes birds. Birds evolved from small, feathered, meat-eating dinosaurs. So birds evolved from dinosaurs. Birds are dinosaurs as a result of that, you know? You are what you evolved from. Does that make sense? Yeah. Is it the state non-dinosaur from Arizona? It should be, Gimpleg. Yeah. Arizonosaurus. But yeah. And this is such a great explanation. Thank you, Lenina. I'm glad it makes sense. Yeah. And where are horseshoe crabs, says Burnslots? They are not within Archosauria. They're not even within Vertebrata. They are a totally different group of animals. They're not even true crabs, actually. We call them horseshoe crabs, but horseshoe crabs are actually... they're kind of between crabs and spiders and stuff. They're a kind of arthropod, but they're down here on the Tree of Life. Limulus. The horseshoe crab. Limulus polyphemus. Yeah. And they are... Well, let's jump from here to crabs. Oh, boy. There's so many... I guess crabs might not be a monophyletic group. Or if it is, I don't know the proper common name for it. But let's try cancer crabs. Ugh. They're going to be way over there. Yeah. Gross. I don't like crabs, honestly. Not my favorite animals. But yeah. Yeah. And Naderfiend says, didn't many organisms not diverge? Diverge means to separate, but they converged. Convergent evolution on a crab-like form. Converge. You're right, Naderfiend, yeah. And there's, I think there's a video about that we talked about last week. You've probably heard of this idea of carcinization. There's another PBS Eons video about that. But, let's check this out. Holy cow, she's got 1.3 million views. She better not swear in this video.
In the last few years, you might have seen any one of these memes about things evolving into crabs.
Yeah.
Crab is the ideal form, that eventually everything will become crab. These refer to a real phenomenon called carcinization, which is, in the simplest words possible, the process of evolving a crab form. This has happened so many times, scientists had to create a word for it. Before you get all excited about the thought of crab people millions of years into the future, I must stop you right there. Like I said in my skit I uploaded a few weeks ago,
it's only crustaceans that do this.
Carcinization, you have to be a crustacean. Can I do it? No, you're Croatian. You have to be a crustacean. Nevertheless, be prepared for this video to inform you and potentially enrage you. If you're a returning viewer, you know we typically start with the general information to get it out of the way. So you might be thinking that I'll probably start by defining what a crab is. That's a good place to start. But listen, it is much more complicated than that. Defining crab is complete pandemonium. Here's why. When you think of a crab, your
this is good information, but the editing style hurts my brain. Like just quick cuts, and then there's another cut, and then there's a cut. There's a cut. It's just she must have like a million videos, because this sort of editing style, you don't have to do a bunch of reshoots, so it's a lot easier on you, and then you just cut. As somebody who's cut a lot of videos like this before, it's really easy to do it this way, and it's good information. I'm glad that she's spitting facts here. But man, the editing style is just like, it hurts my brain. Makes me feel old.
brain probably goes to a flat, rotund creature with little eye stalks and big claws. Well, on one hand, scientifically, not all creatures that fall into that category are true crab. And on the other hand, informally, we use the term crab to describe creatures that look nothing like that. In the words of biologist Gerard Schultz, sometimes a crab is whatever we perceive as a crab. No offense, but that is unacceptable for our discussion today. Guess how many research papers I went through of biologists just pondering what actually is a crab? It was ridiculous. Crabs are way too complicated. So I decided we're going to visually organize this chaos with a diagram. I don't know what kind
Tommy
of diagram
Platycus,
I know it's not a Venn diagram because the circles are completely inside of each other. You know what the fuck is going on. I know that
hang on.
is correct. So the outermost circle is things we call crabs. Inside of that, we have things we call crabs that also look like crabs.
Anyway.
And inside of that, we have things we call crabs that also look like crabs that are also true crabs. Let's start with animals that only fit in the outside circle.
Hang on a minute here. Bailing me out, Octavius. Thank you. Let me post a link to that video.
What depths of panic and terror will they create?
Octavius King, how did your stream go?
Octavius_King and their 58 raiders have arrived to wreak some sweet havoc.
Thank you for wreaking some sweet havoc, Octavius King.
Living dinosaur.
And thank you, Jax Dagger, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza, which, Octavius King, you already know that. Thank you for your magnificent raid. I appreciate that tremendously. I hope your stream went really well. I hope you and the rodents and the lagomorph, or lagomorphs, rabbit or rabbits, are all doing well. It's great to have you here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Dude, my name's Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach, you know? Rather than standing on a soapbox at a train station or something and shouting to people about dinosaurs, I'm here on Twitch, speaking mellifluously into a microphone to all of you folks about dinosaurs. It's a lot better than standing on a soapbox. If you've got questions about dinosaurs, about the fossil record, the history of life on Earth, about extinction, evolution, the philosophy of science, don't be shy. You ask me those questions. That's what I am here for. Welcome, everybody. Especially you new folks. Thank you, Octavius, for the raid. Yeah. So yeah. And
The bone wall is so thin, it's about the same dimension
How thin?
as the wall of a dirter.
A what?
Dirter is one of those things you get at the end of the paper towels, the cardboard thing in the middle, you go dir in it. Well, that's what this thing is like.
Deepest Blue Dragon, that's what you're like too, in the best possible way. Thank you for the 10 months of support. I appreciate you. Thank you very, very much. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Yeah. And Jax Dagger wants to know, question, will dinosaurs ever come back again? Why do you have a Kappa emote there? Dinosaurs never left, Jax Dagger. We still have dinosaurs living today. We still have dinosaurs living today. Over 10,500 species of dinosaurs still around today. We just call them birds. And I'll be talking more about that in a couple minutes, because we'll continue this video that we were watching about it. So yeah. You mean like the big boy ones, like big rars? We've got some big birds, Jax Dagger. Yeah. But yeah, anyway. It seems like because of Octavius, because of Octi's big raid there, we've got some new people here in chat, don't we? Would anybody like to see a quick welcome video to kind of introduce you to the channel? Well, we might have to do one now. Holy cow, Lordy! Lordy, how did your stream go?
Lordy and their 16 raiders are about to get flattened by dinosaur content.
Welcome, Lordy. It is great to have you here. How'd you fare in your stream? That's a big raid, 16 viewers. Very nice, Lordy. Those poor soldiers, they knew what they were signing up for, Pfizer. They shouldn't have gone to Dinosaur Island, you know? Yeah. Yeah. Welcome, Lordy. We just got an earlier raid from Octavius King. So it's just raid central here right now. This is excellent. Welcome, everybody. On today's stream, we're going to be discussing some fossil news. We're going over a video about how weird birds are. It's becoming very clear that birds are not normal. It's true. I mean, they're dinosaurs, for one. So we'll continue with that. And, Lordy, shoot, let me show off the Triararchuncus, which is currently printing. We printed the first half of it yesterday. Here is the middle half. Tomorrow we'll print the third half. But check this out. Our Triararchuncus 3D print. Yeah. This is the front half right here. And then the middle half is currently on the printer. And then we will have the third half we'll print out tomorrow. So yeah, 3 halves are better than 2. Exactly, Pontius Pirate. Exactly. Yeah. So yeah. For anybody not aware, this is a dinosaur that I actually helped, this is one of my dinosaurs. I'm on the original descriptive paper for this dinosaur. So, it's only fitting that I'll be able to have it up there on the shelf to replace our Victorian Iguanodon in a little bit. So yeah. Cosmic Seekin says, am I wrong believing reptiles are descendants of dinosaurs? Yes! Cosmic Seekin, shoot. We were just talking about this before you showed up. Here we go. Here, we'll get to a welcome video in a minute or two here, I think. But, yeah. Let's annotate this again. We're just doing a quick repeat of this, everybody, because we did this just a few minutes ago. This is what we call a phylogeny. Phylogeny. That's this kind of graphic here. This is an evolutionary family tree. This is how we as scientists actually classify living things. So modern reptiles, like crocodilians, are over here. Dinosaurs are everything from here onward. The way that we actually classify living things, it's not based on shared characteristics or what they look like or anything. It's based on who they evolved from. It's based on their actual ancestry, you know? So dinosaurs are everything that evolves from this common ancestor here. That's why birds are dinosaurs. So a bird is a dinosaur, an alligator is not a dinosaur. Alligators are kind of like cousins to the dinosaurs, but they're not true dinosaurs themselves. Does that make sense? I hope it does. Yeah. So yeah, we'll be talking in a few minutes about why birds are dinosaurs. Like this one right here. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Shuntley, for the follow. Welcome to paleontologizing. And Trappy Jenkins has requested a dinosaur deep dive. Dromaeosaurid pack behavior. Yeah, that's going to be a tough one, Trappy, because there's not actually much evidence. We can talk about that. Yeah. But first, we're going to do a quick welcome video. We're going to introduce some new folks to the channel, and we're going to talk to our good friend, previously recorded Danny, about, yeah, well, here's the thing. As that legend has it, that if the music stops, which it just did, I've got some different music, and if there are a bunch of number ones that show up in the chat, And that will summon previously recorded Danny to explain to you what a paleontologist is doing here on Twitch. How this incredibly bizarre situation could have come about. And, he's sneaking up behind me right now, everybody. We are gonna let him do his thing. Previously recorded, Danny. Why don't you welcome all of these new folks to the chat and, take it away. Well, thanks, present day Danny. Well, if you're new here, then welcome to Paleontologizing. You might be wondering to yourself, where's the video games? Well, my name's Danny Anduza, and I'm a paleontologist. I don't really do too much in the way of video games, I guess. I work on dinosaurs. But how does a paleontologist end up on Twitch? Well, I'll tell you. It all started when I moved to Montana right out of high school. In my first week there, I started working in the Paleo Lab at Museum of the Rockies, which at the time was probably the greatest dinosaur museum on the planet. If you've ever seen any of the Jurassic Park movies, then you're more familiar with that institution and with my old boss than you may realize.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those
movies. And they said the guy, Alan Grant, was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten.
It was in that program that Jack Horner built that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist. I learned a lot of that from Jack Horner's last graduate student, this guy, Denver Fowler, who would go on to become curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum in North Dakota. Under Denver, I did nearly a decade's worth of fieldwork, digging at hundreds of sites in the Upper Cretaceous, excavating literally hundreds of dinosaurs. Here's just a few highlights. In 2012, I discovered the world's oldest specimen of Chasmosaurus, hopefully soon to be published as a new species. In 2017, we dug up a brand new ankylosaur.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
So we found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
I've also been lucky enough to help collect another very important specimen, the world's smallest and youngest Tyrannosaurus rex. And much like my fieldwork, my research is also centered on dinosaurs. Some of that deals with new genera and species, like this guy, Trurarchungus, a bizarre little theropod from the very end of the age of dinosaurs, who was just published in July of 2020. I've got a few studies in the works right now, some of them focusing on dinosaur biogeography, and some others on behavioral functional morphology, basically looking at bizarre features of dinosaur skeletal anatomy and trying to figure out why those features evolved. And one of my current projects involves spinosaurs, but I can't really talk about that until it's closer to publication, so don't ask me about it yet. Anyway, let's get back to how I ended up on Twitch. A couple years ago, things were definitely on the decline in Montana, so I packed up and moved back to the West Coast. And I have been so much happier here. I've also realized that I have very little patience for the soul-deadening bureaucracy within academia. So for the time being anyway, I've moved my career in a different direction. And lucky for me, it happens to pay a lot better too. I kind of stumbled my way into a job in early childhood education. I get to make a real difference in kids' lives and help instill a love of nature and a burning curiosity for the world around them. Then coronavirus descended, and the school shut its doors. But I wasn't about to let a global pandemic stop me and my students. We just moved online.
1, 2, 3. I love digging in the dirt with just a pick and brush. Finding fossils is my aim, and so I'm never in a rush, because the treasures that I see are rare and ancient things, like velociraptors' jumps or Archaeopteryx's wings, and all the kids who wanna see them lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am.
Having made the jump to teaching remotely, it was only a short leap from there to Twitch. I started streaming in May of 2020, and it's been tremendously rewarding. Now, it's my belief that any good scientist should also be a public servant. In my opinion, talking to everyday people about your science is one of the most important things a researcher can do. Twitch is kind of an ideal medium for that. This is my passion, and now I get to share it with you. And what could be cooler than that? It's my intention to continue this mission of education by answering your questions, providing good science content, and working to grow this channel. And if you can help out by continuing to watch, or if you can afford it by subscribing, I would be deeply grateful. So, for my regular viewers, thank you for sitting through that again. And for everybody who's new, welcome. We've got a fantastic little community going here, and we'd be really happy if you'd join us. Anyway, let's go ahead and wrap this up and get back into it. So, present day Danny, back to you. Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny. And of course, thank you even more to our friends Octavius King and Lordy. I'm going to get one more shout out each for Lordy and for Octavius King. I'd really appreciate that. If you like rats, if you think they're cute, if you enjoy small, squeaky mammals, go follow Octavius King. Do yourself a favor right now. And, yeah. Check out the rats on that channel. They're always causing havoc, showing off their unique personalities, getting into trouble. It's always a riot. Go check out Octavius King. And if you're the sort of person who, like I've said before, if you're the sort of person who, I don't know, eats food, or wears clothing, or enjoys crafting, if any of those three criteria fit you, go follow Lordy. She's a member of my own stream team, Team Three's a Crowd, along with Ios. So yeah, Lordy does cooking on stream. She can teach you how to make all kinds of cool foods. She makes clothing on stream, and every once in a while, not as much recently, but she also does stuff like watercolor painting, live on stream. So check her out. Yeah, you will be glad you did. Anyway, and hello to you, Bigfoot's first cousin. How are you? Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Good stuff. Let's continue with this video right here. We were watching this, unlike that welcome video, this is not old. This just came out today. And it's all about how birds are weird and...
Brontosaurus. Big fella, isn't he?
Thank you, Bigfoot, for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome.
At a substantial 35.
Yeah, let's start this video over because we only got a little ways into it, and we've got a bunch of new folks here. We're gonna talk about how birds are incredibly weird. Not only are they dinosaurs, but they're also weird dinosaurs. Very weird. Let's talk about why.
In 2007, in a quarry just outside a village in northeastern China, a farmer stumbled upon what seemed like some kind of small dinosaur fossil.
Yeah, Ichi.
From him, and in 2015, scientists announced that this chance discovery was a dinosaur unlike any found before. It was a pigeon-sized,
really strange,
feathered creature from the late Jurassic period. Around 159
What's
million
up with
years
those hands? What?
And it seemed like a very close relative of the earliest birds, which also got their start around this time. But it had one bizarre feature that had never been seen before in any
incredibly strange, super
or
weird,
in any other kind of dinosaur. bat-like, membraned wings. They named
Yep.
it Ichi, which means strange wing in Mandarin.
Yep.
Overnight, it showed
Yeah.
us that there was a lot more
does look
going
like a
on
bat.
under the origin
Yeah.
of birds than we had previously thought. And its differences from birds actually makes the birds we know seem like the weird ones in comparison. Because if we
True.
take a step back,
Yeah.
the discovery of Ichi forces us to ask an important question. From an evolutionary perspective, who really has the stranger wings?
Great
When we
question
think of
there.
wings,
Oh,
many
hang
of
on.
us might picture
There we go. You know, you might picture gulls like this, especially if you live in Utah. We had a good question from Pork Tree. They want to know, how close to scale is the new dinosaur that you're 3D printing? Excellent question there, Pork Tree. It's about 1/3 scale, actually. Because the dinosaur in life would be something like 6 feet long. About half to 60% of that might be tail. And yeah, and the one that I'm printing is going to be about 2 feet long. So it's about 1/3 scale, I suppose. Although the claws are... I kind of exaggerated the claws. I made them extra big because I wanted you to really have your eyes drawn to these big, ridiculous claws on the forelimb. So it is slightly inaccurate, but, you know, there's a reason for that. You know? It's like a diagram. It's supposed to be a little bit exaggerated. This is a dinosaur called Trirarchunkus. You actually saw it in the welcome video, and it would have looked a lot like this in life. This one also has exaggerated thumb claws there. But, you know, it gets the idea across. You know? So, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, this is actually supposed to be Mononychus, but it's essentially the same animal. Yeah. Trirarchunkus is a dinosaur that I'm one of the authors on. It's actually the first new dinosaur that ever had my name on the descriptive paper, so I'm pretty excited about it. Came out in 2020. Jack Wilson from my crew actually found the
can make a wonderful difference in promoting the appreciation
claw.
and understanding of fossil science here on Twitch.
Lilith Hobo.
Neural one rat, 2 little mice fell into a bucket of cream.
Did they?
The first mouse quickly gave up and drowned.
Tisk,
The
tisk,
second mouse
tisk.
wouldn't quit.
Ah.
He struggled so hard that eventually he churned that cream into beaties and crawled out. Gentlemen, as of this moment, I am that second mouse.
Lilith Hobo. Isn't that from Catch Me If You Can? Isn't that that speech that Christopher Walken makes? I know that movie. Thank you for the 1,000 bits, Lilith Hobo. Holy cow. You know how much ramen I can buy with that? Like, almost, well, probably like 16, 17 packets worth, you know? That's like 8 meals. Thank you, Lilith Hobo. Thank you, thank you. It's good stuff. You know, and if you were to, with those 2 mice in the bucket of cream, if you were to throw in a ramen packet, then they could use it like a life raft and eventually escape with both their lives intact. So think about how many mice we can save. Thanks to your donation, Lilith Hobo. That's extraordinary, and I appreciate you for it. Thank you very much. No, don't give a mouse... Miss Yvette, what are you talking about? Do not, under any circumstances, give a mouse a cookie. If you give a mouse a cookie, you are meddling with forces you cannot possibly begin to understand. Likewise, never give a moose a muffin. Yeah. Anyway, PSA right there. What were we talking about? Yeah. Never feed a koala after 4 p.m. There you go, Dinosaur Dave. I mean, it's against federal law in Australia, isn't it? That's how you get drop bears. Is that right, Dinosaur Dave? Interesting. How was your breakfast, Dinosaur Dave? I hope it was good. And I hope you fed no koalas. Well, actually, no, I suppose you could have fed koalas, because presumably you're eating breakfast before 4 p.m., huh? How many koalas did you feed, Dinosaur Dave? Yeah. Oh yeah. Thank you, Afro Bennett girl. Yeah, the
bits can make a wonderful difference in promoting the appreciation and understanding of fossil science here on Twitch.
holy cow, Patrick Pontius Pirate.
Ramen already.
I am not. I can eat ramen all day, every well, not all day, but many days in a row, and I often do, Pontius Pirate. Thank you for those bits. Those tasty, tasty bits. Wow. I might even be able to afford an onion to chop up and put into my ramen. Another 1,000 bits. Maybe I can even get a block of tofu. Yeah. Spicy Korean ramen? No, the spicy green one and the... let's see. Here we go. Yeah, chili flavor.
1,000 bits can make a wonderful difference in promoting the appreciation and understanding of fossil science here on Twitch.
Holy cow, Deepest Blue Dragon.
Tofu. Also, what's your favorite ramen brand?
Deepest Blue Dragon, thank you very, very earnestly for those 1,000 bits. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Seriously, that is excellent. As for favorite ramen brand, I like this one, and I like this one. It's not, I don't so much have a favorite brand as I have a favorite flavor, and it's this one, the chili flavor. The green one. It's green because it's vegetarian, I guess. But I've never actually done like a blind taste test between Top Ramen and Maruchan. Top Ramen, I'm inclined to think that it's better because the packaging has got brighter colors and it's got the word top in it. So it's got to be, you know, top of the heap, right? But as a scientist, I must say, well, I've never actually done a blind taste test between Maruchan and Top Ramen. So, maybe I can finally do a blind taste test. Although it's really rare. Like once this will maybe show up in the store once every couple months.
It's about the same dimension as the wall of a dirter.
Athena cat.
Dirter is one of those things you get at the end of the paper towels, the cardboard thing in the middle, you go dirt in it. Well, that's what this thing is like.
Hey Danny, just
thank you,
wanted to
Athena
stop
cat.
by and say hi. Been
Hi,
an 10-hour day at
Athena
work,
cat.
But 10 months already.
Holy cat, 10-hour day. I hope you are on your way home or already at home and resting and having a relaxing evening. Athena cat.
How large would the range of an adult T-Rex might have been?
Athena cat, thank you. Naderfiend, 100 bits there. Naderfiend's got a good question. They want to know, on average, how large would the range of an adult T-Rex size have been? I mean, adult is like, it's kind of a tricky phrase for dinosaurs in particular. There's a paper about this, actually. Yeah. Ontogeny and the fossil record. What, if anything, is an adult dinosaur? And it's a good question, you know?
Ontogeny.
Exactly, ontogeny. Ontogeny is one of those things that's that you really got to understand if you're going to understand dinosaur biology. Ontogeny. This is the changes that an animal undergoes.
Ontogeny.
From like an embryo to an adult. Ontogeny. So here's Triceratops changing dramatically as it grows and matures.
Ontogeny.
We used to think that these were different species here. And it turns out, no, these animals just change a lot as they grow and develop.
Ontogeny.
So, yeah. You get the idea. Ontogeny. But... hang on. Wait, what? No, stop.
Ontogeny.
Yeah. What, if anything, is an adult dinosaur? I mean, shoot. Yeah. It seems like a lot of dinosaurs just kind of kept growing throughout their lives, and then most of them would die before they ever really reached full adult size. But here's T-Rex here. An adult T-Rex probably got to about 45 feet long. like just under 14 meters, maybe? Or maybe that is about 14 meters. About 14 meters, maybe. Those are the biggest ones that we found so far. Tyrannosaurus itself actually goes through a pretty big growth spurt. Yeah. There we go. T-Rex had a teenage growth spurt, but not all dinosaurs did. There we go. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. There's the full article there. Yeah, Tyrannosaurus actually had like a big growth spurt throughout its teenage years, I think. Yeah. Let's see. So this is talking about histology. Researchers have long known that meeting Tyrannosaurus rex at a teenage growth spurt, getting around 35 to 45 pounds per week to reach its colossal size. Yeah, which is pretty neat. So yeah, an adult Tyrannosaurus or like a full-grown Tyrannosaurus would probably be around 45 feet long. Something like that. Although there are hints they may have gotten even bigger than that. There are a few scraps here and there, some of which are at the Museum of Paleontology in Berkeley, California, where I was this morning. Yeah, they may have even got even bigger than that, but yeah. Around 45 feet is the maximum. So yeah. Yeah. And, but yeah. Yeah. The ontogeny audio level / alert has a higher audio than our voice audio. Good to know, Astronomy Show. I did not recognize that. Maybe I can change that, actually. Yeah, here we go. Log in with Twitch. And here, hang on a minute. I gotta go check on something real quick. Keep an eye on my 3D printer while I'm doing that. I will be right back.
Ontogeny.
All right, we're good. Videos. Trike. There we go. Volume. Let's turn that down to about 60% there. Save. All right, let's test this out. Tell me if this is better now in terms of the audio level. Is that better now?
Ontogeny.
Is this an improvement? Do I need to drop
Ontogeny.
Let me know. Still loud. Still loud, shoot.
Ontogeny.
Let me adjust it further then. Save. There we go. And refresh. And I don't know how quickly it updates, but is that better or is that the same?
Ontogeny.
That's the same? It's just gonna need a little while to update, I suppose. I'm using Trigger Fire for this, and yeah. Hopefully that worked. It just might need a while to update. But anywho, yeah. So Nader Fiend, I hope that answered your question. Athena Cat, thank you so much for the 10 months of support, Athena Cat. And again, I hope you're relaxing right now. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you.
Ontogeny.
Yeah. But, yeah. Yeah. It arrives all the same. There you go, blue laser to the sky. Yeah. Anyway, we were talking about birds and how they're not normal. Birds are weird. Let's talk about that weirdness here. Yeah.
When we think of wings, many of us might picture feathers, probably because birds are so familiar to us. We're just used to feathered wings being the default for airborne dinosaurs. And for decades, the fossil records seem to back this up, with paleontologists finding feathered dinosaurs in China and elsewhere. And though we knew we didn't have the full picture, the evolution of feathered wings and theropod dinosaurs,
You too, Deepest Blue. Thanks for being
eventually leading
here.
to flight, was thought to have happened in a relatively linear process of gradual refinement.
Nope.
Horned players at first, like Anchiornis, to Archaeopteryx, which could flap its wings enough to fly in short bursts, to the birds that fill the skies today. And there was no evidence to suggest otherwise. No reason to think that other bird relatives might have taken an evolutionary detour and developed totally different kinds of wings altogether. But in the early 2000s, a couple of interesting members of one particular dinosaur family were described.
Yeah.
2002 was the sparrow.
So remember when I said that Ichi was like incredibly weird and there was nothing else like it? There were a few other dinosaurs like it, but they hadn't been recognized as having membranous wings. We just thought they had ridiculously long, stupid fingers like an eye or something like that. Almost like one of these ridiculous little mammals. Yeah. Yeah. Here, take a look at this, maybe. Incredibly weird animal with...
the jungles of Madagascar, and the nocturnal animals emerge from their hiding places to hunt.
What a weird animal.
This is the eye, a lemur, and probably the world's strangest mammal. Its ghostly aspect has lent it its name. The word lemur in Latin means night spirit.
Huh. And the music.
One of the fingers on their hands is much longer than the others, and this is used to dig into the bark of trees to extract insect larvae.
So Scansoriopterid dinosaurs were thought maybe they're doing a similar thing back when they were first found, before Ichi was discovered, and kind of made them make sense. Yeah.
When they cannot find larvae, they also feed on mushrooms, fruit, and nuts.
Yeah. Anyway, they can actually, like, pick their nose with their super long finger, and I think they can actually, like, touch their brain or something like that. Yeah, where was it? There we go. Yeah. That's crazy. Just insane. So that's its finger. It's not holding a stick. That is one of its fingers right there. Yeah, it's like tickling its own brain. Well, I don't know if it's actually tickling its brain. I'm making that up. But yeah, really weird critter. And so when these dinosaurs were first discovered, Ambrosine, thank you for the 15 months, Ambrosine. I really appreciate that. Welcome to Paleontologizing. How you doing? Yeah. Neuron activation, Brannington. There you go. Yeah. So when these dinosaurs were first found, like, they were sometimes compared to eyes, like, oh my goodness, it's got this super long finger. Maybe it's digging for grubs with it or something. Nope.
Particular dinosaur family were described.
Yeah.
The first, in 2002, was
There you go,
the
Gimpleg.
sparrow-sized juvenile specimen of Scansoriopteryx, which is also called Epidendrosaurus, depending on which researchers you ask.
True.
It was followed by the magpie-sized Epidepsipteryx in 2008. And based on some of the unique skeletal traits of these two species, researchers hypothesized that this family, the Scansoriopterigids, were small dinosaurs with an arboreal or tree-climbing lifestyle. These traits included their long arms,
So it evolved long fingers to pick its nose. This one, no. You'll see.
extended digit on each hand, and feet that seemed adapted for perching. So for over a decade, this family, known only from a handful of other small fossils from the mid to late Jurassic period of China, was just considered a strange group of dinosaurs. one that was closely related to the lineage that gave rise to birds and that had adapted to life in the trees. Now, this was already plenty fascinating. No other non-avian dinosaurs are thought to have been so arboreal. But the discovery of Ichi revealed that there was even more to this group than we originally thought.
This is the Rosetta Stone.
The level of preservation of this specimen meant that some soft tissue elements were still visible, including clear evidence of a membraned wing attached to a rod-like wristbone that gave it structural support. It suggested that Ichi and probably some of the other members of this family were not just climbing, but also taking to the air. And other Scansoriopterigids that were found later provided more evidence of this, like Ambopteryx, which was also found by a farmer in northeastern China and described in 2019. It's a close relative of Ichi that also has evidence of a membraned wing attached to the same extended wrist bone. So researchers propose that these dinosaurs represent a previously unknown, independent experiment in dinosaur flight. Maybe even one of many experiments near the origin of birds.
Yep,
the group
pretty
that
cool.
Usually comes to mind when we think of winged flying dinosaurs. Though it's hard to tell from fossils alone whether they were capable of powered flight, like birds and bats, or gliding flight, like flying squirrels, though gliding seems much more likely. One study from 2020 that modeled their flying abilities based on their wing structure even found that they probably couldn't do much more than very clumsy, short-distance gliding between branches. They argued that Ichi, Ambopteryx, and the rest of their family were not just an experiment in dinosaur flight, but a failed experiment. And that might be why all the species found to date are from roughly the same time and place in the late Jurassic. The experiment hit a dead end due to competition with other groups, like the ancestors and closest relatives of birds. It was in the late Jurassic, after all, that feathered wings also first appeared and gradually became more refined for flight over time.
Yeah, so there's a concept in here that, like, I never quite know how to describe, but it's something really, really important when we're studying how organisms evolve. We've got to try and avoid assumptions of orthogenesis. Which, what does that mean? Well, here's a classic image right here. This is called the ascent of man. And this is how a lot of people are used to thinking of evolution working as. Like a slow, steady kind of progression. You know? I once did my own version of this, featuring a bunch of fossil animals and a paleontologist. And let me see if I can find that for you. It should be in here. Where's my digital art? Here we go. Decals. Yeah, here it is. Will this actually show up on the browser, though? Let's see. It does. Yeah. So this is an image that I came up with years ago, back when I lived in Montana. Yeah. This is like an extreme example of the ascent of man. But like, you know, just kind of slow, steady progression. As human beings, it's way super easy for us to just look back at the fossil record and go, oh yeah, you know, all these things, they're just leading up to us, you know? They all really badly wanted to be us, and so, you know, with the mammal lineage, going back from Pikaia back here, through jawless fishes, jawed fishes, fishopods, early amniotes, stem mammals, primates, apes, hominids, and then us, you know? In the interest, like, in hindsight, it's really simple to go like, oh yeah, you know, all that stuff, it inevitably leaded up to today, you know? Like, things had to lead to us today, right? It's the way it was meant to be. But no, evolution is actually much more contingent than that. Much more random, And if you were to go back and rewind the tape after changing even the smallest details, play it forward again, it would have been different. And we wouldn't be here today, you know? So yeah. Yeah. There's a concept called orthogenesis. That's basically what it is. It's like, oh yeah, you know, straight linear evolution in one direction, and it's just simple and neat, and then it progresses almost with an endpoint in mind for this. But it turns out that's not how evolution works at all. I wonder if there are any videos about this, about orthogenesis. Probably not. Yeah. Nope. Never mind. Oh wait, maybe this? From Ted Ed. Let's see what Ted Ed says. Go for it, Ed.
Myths and misconceptions about evolution.
Here we go. Yeah.
Talk about evolution. You've probably heard that some people consider it controversial, even though most scientists don't. But even
Most scientists, all scientists, pretty much.
you have a pretty good understanding of evolution. Chances are you still believe some things about it that aren't entirely right.
Mm-hmm.
Things like, evolution is organisms adapting to their environment. This was an earlier, now discredited theory of evolution.
Kind of, yeah.
Almost 60 years before Darwin published his book, Jean-Baptiste Lamarck proposed that creatures evolve by developing certain traits
Oh, I see what they
over their
mean.
lifetimes,
Yeah.
and passing those on to their offspring. For example, he thought that because giraffes spent their lives stretching to reach leaves on higher branches, their children would be born with longer necks.
Yep.
But we know
Nope.
now that's not how genetic inheritance works.
Yeah, you don't, if you know, you go to the gym, you pump iron every day. Every day you're pumping iron. Just building those muscles. It's not like your children are going to be born with bigger muscles because of that. That's not how heredity works, you know? Likewise, those ladies in, where? Somewhere in Asia, right? Yeah. So, like, if you keep adding ring after ring after ring to your neck like this, and you stretch your neck out, stretch it, your children are not going to be born with longer necks. You know? That's not how it works. This is what Lamarck thought, is that if you you continue to stretch your neck like this, that your children will be born with longer necks. It's not how it works. And today you might laugh at this idea. Like, that's ridiculous. Why would anybody ever think that? But you're living in a post-Darwin world where, like, we actually understand these things. Lamarck was before Darwin, and this was his idea for how living things changed over time. Turns out that's completely wrong. So, yeah. Yeah.
In fact, individual organisms don't evolve at all. Instead, random genetic mutations cause some giraffes to be born with longer necks.
Yep.
And that gives them a better chance to survive than the ones who weren't so lucky. Which brings us to survival of the fittest.
Yeah.
This makes it sound like evolution always favors the biggest, strongest, or
Nope.
fastest creatures, which is not really the case.
No.
For one thing, evolutionary fitness is just a matter of how well suited they are to their current environment.
Yep.
If all the tall trees suddenly died out and only short grass was left, all those long-necked giraffes would be at a disadvantage.
Oh, yeah.
Secondly, survival is not how evolution occurs. Reproduction is.
True.
And the world
Yeah.
is full of creatures like the male anglerfish, which is so small and ill-suited for survival at birth that it has to quickly find a mate before it dies.
Mm-hmm.
But at least we can say that if an organism dies,
Yeah, male anglerfish.
it's evolutionarily.
That's really interesting. And that male anglerfish are like, they're like super, super tiny, and the females are like, every time you see an anglerfish in media, like in Finding Nemo, you remember the anglerfish? That's a female. The males are like, they're super tall, super small and wimpy. And they have to go and try and like mate with a female in order to pass their offspring, pass their genes on in the next generation before they get scooped up by somebody bigger and eaten. I wonder how often the female anglerfish actually eat the male. that might happen. They've got extreme sexual dimorphism. Very, very different sizes. And the reproduction is unusual. The male is basically just like, yeah, after he mates with the female, sometimes he like shrivels up and he's like a little raisin attached to her, and then eventually he just dies and drops off. It's pretty crazy. Yeah. So yeah, maybe there isn't much opportunity for her to eat him. I forgot about that part until you mentioned that there, Gimp Leg. Anyway, yeah.
Useless, right? Wrong. Remember, natural selection happens not at the organism level, but at the genetic level.
Yep.
And the same gene that exists in one organism will also exist in its
And Shrona Stitches, thank you for the follow.
So a gene that makes an animal altruistically sacrifice itself to help the survival and future reproduction of its siblings or cousins can become more widespread than one that is solely concerned with self-preservation.
Yep, true.
Anything that lets more copies of the gene pass on to the next generation will serve its purpose.
Mm-hmm.
Except evolutionary
Lenina, there you go, yeah.
One of the most difficult things to keep in mind about evolution is that when we say things like, genes want to make more copies of themselves, or even natural selection.
Yeah, it's not like there's actual, like, will or intelligence involved in this, with creatures being like, I really should evolve in this direction, or like, and genes don't have brains like that. They're not going, I need to reproduce myself as a gene. It's not how it works.
We're actually using metaphors.
Yep.
A gene doesn't want anything,
Mm-mm.
and there's no outside
just
mechanism that selects which genes are best to preserve.
Yep.
All that happens is that random genetic mutations cause the organisms carrying them to behave or develop in different ways.
Mm-hmm.
Some of those ways result in more copies of the mutated gene being passed on, and so forth. Nor is there any predetermined plan progressing towards an ideal form.
Yeah, like in orthogenesis, like we were talking about here. So like this idea that, let's see. Orthogenesis. This idea that like, the creatures, they really want to develop into, like this neat progression from ape to man like this. It's like, no, it's actually much more complicated than that. Much, much more complicated. There's not like a relentless drive to become man. No, that's not how it works. In fact, there are so many different weird species in between here that went off in different directions, and some of them succeeded and some of them failed, and then they all eventually failed except for us. We got really lucky, but there were so many other weird types of hominids that were around at the time too. Just like there are weird kinds of little bird-like dinosaurs like E.G. with its weird bat wings, it's not trying very hard to become a modern osprey or gull or duck or something like that. It's like, no, it's just, these are organisms surviving in their environment, passing on their genes and evolving in whatever direction they're evolving in at the time, according to, like which ones survive and which ones don't. There's no like grand scheme behind it, like you might infer from looking at a diagram like this, Yeah. There's so many more branches and dead ends. It's rather messy. It's very messy, Lenina. Absolutely. Evolution is not like a straight line like this usually. Especially like on a grand scheme, it's like a tangled bush more than it is a neat clean line like this. So yeah. And there you go. Charlie's Dragon says a lot of evolution is just good enough to survive long enough to pass on your genes. Exactly, Charlie's Dragon. Not a lot of evolution. Frankly, all of evolution is like that. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And Burnslot says, didn't we crossbreed with other hominids? Yes, a lot of people have got Neanderthal DNA. Just a little bit. When humans interbred with Neanderthals. And this is, yeah. So Neanderthals were like another group of hominids that diverged, and then they kind of come back. In the sense that, yeah, here we go, from the NIH. Yep. Neanderthals and anatomically modern humans overlapped geographically for a period of over 30,000 years, following the human migration out of Africa. During this period, Neanderthals and humans interbred, as evidenced by Neanderthal portions of the genome carried by non-African individuals today. So I have an unusually high amount of Neanderthal DNA in my genome. I did a DNA test once, and they talk about that there. So, yeah. So again, there's sometimes, like, if species split, sometimes, but like if they don't split and diverge really quickly, sometimes there's still like little interbreeding events that happen before you get massive divergence or extinction. So, yeah. Anyway, complicated stuff. Like, if you take nothing else away from this stream, I want you to take this idea. Evolution is a beautiful and complicated thing, and we are just starting to really figure out how it works. You know, people like me, paleontologists and evolutionary biologists and zoologists and anybody who studies living things, any kind of biologist, the one topic that like unites all of us is evolution. The fact that these things change over time. We observe this in the laboratory, we observe it in the fossil record, and we study its mechanisms. And we often argue about those mechanisms. How exactly does this happen? Oh, I think this is more, anagenesis. Well, no, I think there's clearly a splitting event here. I think this is cladogenesis. We'll argue about the specifics. But any scientist who studies living things, basically you're studying how living things change, because that is the one common theme that unites all of life science, is that living things change over time. That's inherent to life. If creatures didn't change, like creationists think, like, oh yeah, living things, they can't change because God says so or something. I've extrapolated that from reading my Bible. It's like, no, the Bible doesn't say that. What are you talking about? Stasis is extinction, Every living thing, every living species changes over time because conditions are always changing, So if you take nothing else from this stream, I hope you take that. Living things are always changing. And the study of evolution is like one of the biggest topics in all of science. It's so fascinating. There's so much left to be learned. We're unlocking the mysteries of how life today came to be. And I think there's no greater adventure than that. It is so cool. I'm incredibly blessed to be a part of that as a dinosaur paleontologist, So yeah.
Not ideal for the human eye to have a blind spot where the optic nerve exits the retina, but that's how it developed, starting from a simple photoreceptor cell. In retrospect, it would have been much more advantageous for humans to crave nutrients and vitamins rather than just calories. But over the millennia, during which our ancestors evolved, calories were scarce, and there was nothing to anticipate that this would later change so quickly. So, evolution proceeds blindly, step by step by step.
Yeah, with a lot of
the diversity we see in the
hang on, step by step by step. Yeah.
Step by step.
Well, there's a lot of other like weird creatures in between here too that kind of went off in different directions, and they thrived for a while, and then environments changed, and then they died. Things like Homo floresiensis, the famous like hobbit of Indonesia. You know about this, folks? Have you heard about this? I can't really do a Jay Leno impression, or I would right now. You know this, folks? You heard about this? Yeah, Homo floresiensis from the island of Flores. Yeah, shoot. Here's a video. Here, is this gonna be any good? Nature video. Yeah, let's take a look at this.
This 9mm wide fragment of tiny molar was the first evidence of an ancient, equally tiny human.
Yeah.
It was found in a recent archaeological dig on an island in Indonesia, and sheds new light on the origins of the creatures known.
And this is actually, she said archaeological dig.
Human.
Yeah.
It was found in a recent archaeological dig on a...
But is it actually archaeological, or is this more paleontological? This is one of those really interesting cases where it's kind of like maybe on the border between archaeology and paleontology. Archaeology is the study of human artifacts and human remains. Paleontology is the study of usually non-human fossils. So this is a fossil, it seems. But it is a human, or a close human relative at least. This is like that gray area between archaeology and paleontology. And it is definitely anthropological. Absolutely, Jody Fish, yeah. Paleoanthropological, you could even say. But is paleoanthropology more paleontology, or is it archaeology? Or like a lot of things, there's like gray areas in between, which is interesting.
On an island in Indonesia, and sheds new light on the origins of the creatures known as hobbits.
Yeah. And so they're called hobbits after the Tolkien work. Yeah, it's not like hobbits were real. They're called hobbits because that's what was in Lord of the Rings. And these are small little people critters. People. We'll say people. Yeah.
Back in 2004, strange bones were discovered in Liangbua Cave on the island of Flores. With remarkably small skulls and estimated to be just over a meter tall, the hobbits were a new...
So a meter is just over 3 feet. So, you know, they're little people. Little people.
Skulls, and estimated to be just over a meter tall, the hobbits were a new and unique species of ancient human.
Pretty cool.
But where did they come from? And how did they end up so small? Gert Vandenberg and his colleagues have been trying to find out. In 2014, they were digging at a site 50 kilometers away from Liangbua Cave, in a layer of rock 650,000 years older. They were looking for the hobbits' ancestors.
We've been working here for more than 20 years. We have already dug 32 trenches, and this is now the one where we finally got fossils of a fossil hominin. My PhD student, Mika Poesmanningroem, she was the first one to recognize this fossil as a molar of a hominin. And then
Very
couple
cool.
of days...
I love how with like a lot of paleo-amp stuff, there's such tiny material. And it's like, oh yeah, we got a fragment of a molar. But yeah, you know, that's the thing, is that since these are related to humans and it has to do with our own story as human beings, people are intensely interested in this. And so they'll dig up a whole hillside just to find, you know, a little tiny molar like that. You know, whereas, you know, when we're looking for dinosaurs, it's like, yeah, I don't know. If it's not an articulated associated skeleton, sometimes we'll just leave it. But yeah. And after 13 years, yeah, Afro Bennett girl. And look how much attention it's getting. This little tooth like this, you know? There's more complete elements that were found long before this, obviously. But yeah. It's like the closer you get in the animal family tree to humans, the more and more interested people are in these creatures. To which point, like, just one tooth will get this much attention, you know? So yeah.
Later, we found this piece of mandible.
There we go, yeah.
This is a mandible of an adult individual, and it's very small. It's even smaller than, a little bit smaller than Homo floresiensis from Liangbua.
The fact that the hobbits were so small led many to believe that they must have evolved from one of our smaller, more primitive ancestors. But these new fossils look much more like Homo erectus, a
Interesting.
larger-brained relative of modern humans.
Okay.
This means that the hobbits' bodies and brains must have shrunk dramatically.
Interesting.
Gert-
So once again, evolution doesn't necessarily progress in like a direction that makes sense to us. Where it's like, oh yeah, of course. Over time, you know, you want to get bigger. You want to get a bigger brain. You want to get sharper teeth. You want to get more coordinated, better at skateboarding or whatever. Like, no, evolution doesn't actually work that way. Whatever conditions you find yourself in, as those conditions change, like the offspring that have mutations that better suit them to that particular environment at that particular place in time, they'll do better. You know, so that might mean shrinking your brain or getting smaller or getting worse at skateboarding, you know? Whatever suits you at that particular time, whatever suits the next generation, rather. You know, you'll get different traits that are selected for, and some of those traits might be a smaller brain. They might be smaller stature. You know, have shorter little hominids. Might be duller teeth instead of sharper teeth. Maybe you're not as good at skateboarding. Maybe you're better at, I don't know, trampolining or sunbathing. I don't know. We're just being silly now. But you get the idea, don't you? Yeah. So yeah.
And others think that living on an island with limited food could have driven this change.
The brain size of Homo floresiensis is very small, the size of a chimpanzee, but they made stone tools and they walked upright. So maybe they just didn't need such a big brain, because a brain is a very expensive organ.
Yeah.
And maybe a smaller brain might work as well here in
there you go.
An island setting. But what is clear is they made stone tools, so they were not stupid.
We can only speculate on the evolution.
Yeah, how many people here in chat can make stone tools even today with much larger brains? You might have a much larger brain today, but how many of you have ever actually made a stone tool? Yeah, I thought so. Gimplex says, I cannot comprehend a world in which being worse at skateboarding can assist with reproduction or survival. Really, all of the best surviving and most reproducing people you know are all skateboarders, Gimplex? I know you're kidding. I'm just, yeah. But yeah. You can do it, Afro-Bennett girl. You can make a stone tool? And you made stone tools in school? How old are you, Burn Slots? You made stone tools when you were in school? You're using a stone tool now? Nice, Bubsy. Nice.
And intelligence of these island-bound relatives of ours. But Gert is sure that the Hobbit and its ancestors are redefining what it means to be human.
Pretty cool. Yeah. Very neat. Here is a link to that video right here in the chat for you. So yeah, that's the thing. Evolution doesn't work in a straight line. It's not as neat and tidy as we like to think. And when we're talking about our, the evolution of birds from feathered dinosaurs, it's the same way. It's not like you go straight from Coelophysis to a modern house sparrow. Like, there's going to be all kinds of weird divergences that occur and, like, weird experiments. And, like, some of these take off and some of them don't. Some of them go extinct. Some of them are successful. You know, there's not a lot of rhyme or reason to it. It's really easy to, like, come up with a story today. You know, hindsight is 20/20, but it won't be a real story, you know? Yeah.
Eventually, this gave feather-winged dinosaurs flying skills that were much more impressive than anything the membrane-winged Ichi
Probably, I don't know.
managed. Now, while the Scansoriopterygids had both feathers and wings, they didn't have feathered wings. And they certainly didn't have the best of both worlds when it came to flight.
Yeah.
Because their feathers, preserved in some specimens like Ichi, were simple, stiff, and paintbrush-like. They were probably
for display.
used for thermal insulation and for display, as they were in many other non-avian dinosaurs.
Yep.
In contrast, the flight feathers of birds that cover their wings have a totally different and more complex structure. And because feathered wings are so successful today, we take them for granted and think of membrane-winged dinosaurs as strange and unusual. But if we take a broader view, maybe the way we think about Ichi and its relatives is totally backwards.
Yeah.
Membraned wings aren't strange at all, really.
Yeah, shoot, during the time that these dinosaurs lived, The creatures that ruled the air had membranous wings like this. Pterosaurs had wings. They're the first vertebrate animals to evolve flight, and they did really, really well. They ruled the skies with skin wings like that. Feathered wings were like, it's really bizarre by contrast. So, yeah.
They've convergently evolved many times across the animal kingdom.
Yep.
From pterosaurs, the sister group of dinosaurs, to mammals like bats and flying squirrels. They show up so often for a simple reason too. Their simplicity.
Yep.
Membrane wings don't require nearly as much evolutionary innovation. The right mutations come together for an area of skin to grow more than usual, and for the arms to change to support it, and boom, you've got yourself a membraned wing. And these membranes often enable gliding flight, and in some cases, even powered flight, to quickly evolve in previously flightless groups. So is it really surprising that some dinos, like so many others, went in this direction too, experimenting with gliding flight via a membraned wing?
Pretty cool.
That we saw
Yeah. Lilith Oba says, if we could fly, we wouldn't need cars. Cars are slowing down our wing genes. Well, that's the thing, Lilith Hobo, is that flight, as wonderful as it might seem, flight is kind of a trap. Like, it is such a burden. Because in order to be able to fly, you've got to have super, super lightweight bones. You've got to have, like, big, expensive wing membranes like this. Expensive in the sense that, like, it takes a lot of resources, like, metabolically. You got to devote so much of your body's growth to developing these big wing membranes or feathers. You know, you've got to have a hyper-specialized, like, respiratory system where you can take in a lot of oxygen and, like, distribute it really efficiently. But that also, like, makes you more vulnerable to stuff. Think about the canary in the coal mine. You know, this little flying dinosaur in there. It's the first to die in the coal mine when there's crud in the air that you shouldn't be breathing. Yeah, flight is very expensive. You got to make a lot of sacrifices to be able to fly. As human beings, I'm glad I can't fly. Shoot, I would look like some sort of weird, disgusting Batman probably if I could fly by natural means, you know. So yeah, I don't really like cars either, Lilith Hobo. Cars are slowing down our wing genes, but that's the thing. We don't have to have cars. We're human beings. We can have public transit. I took the train this morning to the Museum of Paleontology in Berkeley, California. No cars involved, except for the train cars, you know? That was wonderful, you know? So yeah, I don't know. We can figure these things out. But yeah, car culture is ugh. Cars kill so many Americans per year, not just through car accidents, but also through ill health, pollution, manufacturing accidents, all kinds of stuff. Yeah. But yeah, Jim says, I think if we could fly, we'd be saying, imagine if we couldn't fly. Yeah, imagine if our bones weren't incredibly brittle. Imagine if we didn't get all kinds of respiratory diseases because we've got air sacs and hollows throughout our whole body. Imagine if we could actually walk for long distances comfortably. You know? Yeah. Ew, a Batman? I know, right, Gimpleg? The very thought is repulsive. Yeah. And all those bad landings would do us in. Exactly, Lilith Hobo, yeah. Yeah. Or a man-bat. It's even grosser, Scarfront. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Let's see. And guest. Oh, Bubsy had something to say. Let me go up and find that. Where was that, Bubsy? Shoot. Isn't there a hominid with a higher EQ than humans? Yeah, Neanderthals, I think, had bigger brains than modern humans. Did that mean that they were actually more intelligent? I don't know. Yeah. But yeah, EQ is encephalization quotient. That just means the volume of the brain compared to the volume of the body. But yeah. And a killer whale has twice as many cerebral neurons as a human, says Guest, but probably couldn't pass a human IQ test. Yeah, but they're smarter in different ways, Guest. Yeah, I don't know. There's so many different ways to define intelligence, and I don't know. I know I learned from that movie, what was it? Star Trek IV? Revenge of the Whales? That whales are smarter than we are, and if we don't keep them from going extinct, eventually they'll come back and they'll destroy Earth. Like happened in that movie. So be kind to whales. Leonard Nimoy was right about that. I agree with him. They're smarter in horrifying ways, says Dinosaur Dave. I mean, they're much better at, like, eating seals and stuff. Yeah. How will they come back if they're extinct? Because they already made it to space somehow, Charlie's Dragon? I don't know, the movie wasn't clear. But I liked it. It's good. Yeah. Star Trek 4 is one of my favorite documentaries, says Kim Flag. It's a future documentary, yeah. Yeah. And after destroying the tardigrades? Roses and tea? Tardigrades are hard to destroy, as I understand it. They're pretty hardy critters. And that was a good Star Trek movie. I agree, Amelia Bedelia. That's my favorite Star Trek movie, is Star Trek IV: Revenge of the Whales. Yeah. And Dinosaur Dave says the probe was a Voyager probe with whale songs on it, so when aliens found it, they thought whales had made it. Is that actually the explanation for that movie? You just ruined it for me, Dinosaur Dave. I thought there were whales on that spaceship. If Trek Nerd were here, you could set us straight. He or she or they, I don't know. That's canon? Is it really, Burn Slots? No. I was, like, really thrilled with the idea that there were actually whales that... Really? Anyway. Music change here. There were whales on the ship, says Vicer. Voyager was in Star Trek the Motion Picture. Voyager, right? I never actually saw that. I've only ever seen Star Trek 2, the one that... We were in the field, and I was, it was a rain day, so we were working out in the Hell Creek, and Denver Fowler happened to have Star Trek 2 on his laptop hard drive. And he's like, come here, Danny, watch this. You'll like it. It's basically a submarine movie. And it basically was. Star Trek II Wrath of Khan, right? It essentially is like a submarine movie. Yeah. It was good. I liked it. I've seen that, and I've seen Star Trek IV Revenge of the Whales. I just saw it like a year ago or something. And then I've seen a few of the I saw the 2009 Star Trek. It was good, too. I saw the sequel to that, which is lousy. Didn't like it. But yeah. Here, let's get some more Star Trek music. There we go. Kidding. But yeah. And there were whales on the HMS Bounty. Yeah, they did the mutiny, right, Delta? The thing that was ionizing the oceans was an alien probe. With whales in it, right, Delta Rain? Yeah. And guess, this is very true. IQ tests are a scam. They totally are. They measure how good you are at taking an IQ test. They don't actually measure, they're not a good objective test of intelligence, They're just not. Through Place, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. And Giblix says, but I'm really good at IQ tests, so I like to pretend that they are extremely valid. There you go. Yeah. I'm really good at Boggle. So I'm going to say Boggle is the ultimate test of intelligence and virtue and attractiveness and every good thing. So yeah. 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 My IQ test told me that I was gifted, says Rocky Alters. And all that really meant was I can sometimes do certain kinds of puzzles good, I think. There you go. I mean, and that's cool. That should be celebrated in and of itself. But saying that that is some sort of sign of you know, intellectual superiority, you know, it doesn't actually follow. Yeah. So yeah, you're right on there, Rocky Alters. Right on. Yeah. And burn slots. Why was Star Trek 4 about whales? But it was all about whales, burn slots. It's about whales because of the whales. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Ideology is usually downstream of agenda. Bingo, guest. Bingo. Yeah. Where were we? Let's get back to our video about the evolution of birds and how it's weird. And modern birds are weird. And we think of critters like E.T. as being weird, you know, and they are weird. But are they really weirder?
Came in search of dinosaurs, but we bit off more than we could chew.
Itchisty and their 6 raiders should have taken a smaller bite.
It's Hesty. Thank you for the raid, and welcome to Paleontologizing. It's great to have you here. How you doing? Welcome. Good stuff. How did your stream go, Hesty? Hope it was excellent. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. So I study dinosaurs. I publish on dinosaurs. I dig up dinosaurs across the American West at various museums. And now I talk about dinosaurs 5 days a week here on Twitch. We're talking about this incredibly weird dinosaur here called E.T. with its weird membranous wings. What a bizarre dinosaur. Much different from the birds that dinosaurs... It is a dinosaur, Hesty, and thank you for following. I appreciate you. Welcome. And welcome, A Queer Bee. How are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Yeah, incredibly weird animal, E.T. It's like a little bat-winged dinosaur. Birds evolved from dinosaurs, and they've got feathery wings. But here's the dinosaur that said, nope, I'm not doing that. I'm going to develop these weirdo membranous wings. But in the grand scheme of things, are they that weird? Bird wings are really the weird ones. Every other creature that flies has membranous wings, except for maybe insects. So, yeah, birds are really the weird ones.
Them as strange is more like...
And Delta's here.
To the
Delta Rain, how are you doing? Welcome, Delta Rain. I hope things are good with you. When's the next time you're streaming, Delta? Maybe I can tune in.
Success of feathered wings instead. But birds are not normal, folks.
Yep.
Flight feathers are just about the weirdest and most complex things to ever sprout from vertebrate skin.
Super strange.
As far as we know, in the entire history of life on Earth, using feathered wings as a means of flight evolved only in birds and their closest dinosaur relatives.
Yep.
And if birds were to go extinct, the skies of planet Earth would be feather-free and might remain that way forever. But if every animal
feathers are incredibly weird.
Went extinct today, on the other hand, you can comfortably bet that very similar structures would show up again before too long. They just don't require nearly as much evolutionary innovation. So, from a certain point of view, E.T., our so-called strange wing, and the other Scansoriopterigids weren't so strange after all. They were just one of the many diverse groups that independently experimented with this same simple approach to becoming at least kind of airborne. The unique feathered wings of birds instead are actually the strangest wings of all.
They really are. That's a good perspective. I like that a lot. Really, really nice video there from PBS Eons. Here is a link for you there in the chat. And, yeah. And Delta Rain says, who can say? I don't stream on a regular schedule, but it's always nice to see you. Oh, thank you, Delta Ray. It's always nice to see you too. I think I have notifications on for. Maybe I don't. Well, we'll see. We'll see. I rarely watch Twitch. You know, I stream far more often than I watch Twitch. So, yeah. And Bubsy's got a stone tool story. The plug on the toilet tank wasn't going down for some reason. The plumber wanted to charge a ridiculous price to fix it. Oh, I see where this is going. So you took a big rock and you smashed the toilet to bits. And you said, I have transcended beyond the use of indoor plumbing. I'm ascendant. No, instead I went to the yard, grabbed a rock, and I'm currently having it weigh down the plug. Problem solved. There you go, Bubsy. That'll do it. That is thinking smarter, not harder, Bubsy. Good for you. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Science is busy work. Wait, busy work? Do you mean that in a disparaging way, or do you mean that Delta's like science is just busy work, you know? You gotta do something to occupy all these scientists. You gotta keep them busy, you know? Yeah. You know, video games. That is an avocation with some real purpose. You clarified. And that it takes a lot of time and that it's not useful. See, Delta, I'm too slow in getting through chat. Yeah, I've been very busy with science lately, Delta. But, yeah. Yeah. Those science hippies, says Murph. I know, you know? Yeah. You know, all life is one, man. You know, common ancestry. Last universal common ancestor, man. Here you go, Murph. And scientists can cause trouble if you don't keep them busy. That's what Hollywood seems to say, Delta. Yeah. And Burnslot says, one time I thought I found dinosaur poop. A coprolite, huh? But it turned out to be a blob of calcite from a crustacean. It happens a lot. Imagine being disappointed what you have in your hand is not poop. You know, that's the thing, is that most... Here's a little PSA for anybody watching right now. Yeah. If you're ever in a rock shop and you happen to, you know, like a rock and gems and fossil shop, and you see like a lump of something being advertised, oh, it's dinosaur poop. This is coprolite. You know, you should buy it. Like 9 times out of 10, or maybe 99 times out of 100, I don't know how. Most of the time, almost always, it's not actually a coprolite. It's not actually dinosaur poop. Yeah, and so there you go. Don't think that coprolite in the rock shop is actually real, because it's usually not. It's probably a concretion or fossilized algae or something like that, you know? Yeah. But yeah. And Golganek says, are there any papers discussing the dinosaurs that you said are similar to Ichi? There certainly are, Golganek, yeah. Here, I'll give you a Wikipedia article that'll link to some of those papers. There we go. Scansoriopteridae. Thank you, Golganek, for gifting burn slots. I appreciate that very much. Yeah. Good stuff. So yeah, Epidexipteryx, Scansoriopteryx, and then there's Ichi also. And you'll find a bunch of papers all throughout here. So, here you go there, Golganek. They're a weird group of critters, and they are very cool. So yeah. Yeah. And would dinosaur poop be similar to bird poop? It doesn't seem to be, Eric Elick. No. Birds secrete... Birds... Almost everything that birds do is weird and strange. It's both weird and strange. Because birds typically fly. And when, like I was saying earlier, when you are committed to a life in the air, you have to... Man, do you have to commit to that. There are serious sacrifices that you have to make if you're going to become a volant animal. Animal that can fly. You've got to have lightweight bones, specialized lungs. You might even have to have, like, a reduced number of... Well, like, a reduced genome. So that your nuclei in each cell are smaller. So that you reduce weight overall throughout your whole body. Animals that fly tend to have much smaller genomes than other animals. The animals with the biggest genomes, I think, are lungfish. They definitely don't fly. But birds have very small genomes. Bats have very small genomes compared to other mammals, as I recall. So, yeah. Peanut Butter Punk, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Yeah. But yeah, what were we looking up? Coprolites. Maybe we can find a video with Karen Chin talking about coprolites. Here we go. And Karen Chin is probably the world's most famous coprolithologist, fossil poop scientist. And let's see what she has to say about fossil poop and how difficult it can be to identify. And I don't know if she'll talk about how it's rarely... Usually the coprolites that you find in rock shops are not actually coprolites. She might talk about that, or she might not. I'm not sure.
There doesn't seem to be much to find out on the prairie near Choteau, Montana.
Oh, you're kidding me. That's where Egg Mountain is. Egg Mountain, one of the world's greatest fossil sites, is out there. You know, it might not be the most interesting vista in the world, but holy cow, fossil-wise, this is where it's at, folks.
There doesn't seem to be much to find out on the prairie near Choteau, Montana.
There you go, Pontius Pilate.
But for paleontologists like Corey Coverdell, this is hallowed ground.
Huh.
So this area is famous for
not too loud.
Its spectacular preservation of baby dinosaurs, eggs, and those sorts of things.
Yep.
We are very well known among paleontologists, and there are a lot of people who have come and studied here.
It's got nothing to do with oil. I'm a paleontologist.
And DCI Banks, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontology.
The discovery that dinosaurs cared for their young was made in these hills.
Yeah, by Jack Horner and Bob
The
Mackellar.
baby dinosaurs found in a nest anywhere in the world were discovered here.
Yep.
So researchers continue to search outcroppings in the hope of making a big discovery.
Yep.
They're looking for skeletons, for baby bones especially.
But some
Let's get to the poop, though.
seeking treasure of a different variety.
Yeah, here we go.
Fossilized poop.
Coprolites.
Little
Yeah.
magic packages can provide really special perspectives on ancient life.
Yep.
My name is Karen Chin, and I study ancient ecosystems.
Yep.
To do that, I often look at fossilized feces.
Technically known as a coprolite.
Yep.
So skeletal fossils, they don't always tell you too much about the
There's
behavior.
Maiasaura right there. Yeah.
Whereas if you look at fossil feces, they are a byproduct of feeding activity of an animal. But in a
And so that, some of you watching this will be like, oh, ew, fossil poop, that's gross. But the thing is, so much of what we do as paleontologists is trying to figure out how these extinct animals actually lived. And for any of you in chat who, you know, if you're the sort of person who eats food, you recognize how important that is to your daily life, you know? You try not doing that for a while and it won't go well for you. I promise. Don't try it. Yeah, eating is an essential life process, and that leads to pooping. But if we're trying to figure out an ancient ecosystem, we're trying to figure out what certain creatures are doing in this environment. Who are the predators? Who are the prey? What are each of them eating? How are they getting along in this environment? We want to develop like a holistic picture of what this ancient ecosystem looked like. You got to figure out who's eating whom. And, yeah. Who's eating the plants? Who's eating the plant eaters? Who's eating the meat eaters who were eating the plant eaters who were eating the plants? Etc. You can do that through looking at their teeth, trying to figure out how their bodies work. Is this a predator? Is it a scavenger? Is it an herbivore? Is it a detritivore? What is it doing? If you want to kind of take a shortcut there, or like get good hard data with as little speculation as possible, you actually look at the poop. You know, you figure out, you know, you're not just inferring who is eating whom. You find direct evidence of that in the feces, and that's what we see here.
In addition to diet, they can
Yeah.
also tell you about what organisms might have been living
There you go,
along
clap
with
slap.
the animal that defecated. And coprolites can also tell you about the condition.
Really spectacular, spared no
And thank you, Golganek, for gifting Duck Admirer.
Up to Duck Admirer.
I admire you, Golganek, for gifting Duck Admirer. And Varmint! Varmint, holy cow. 29 months of ontogeny there. That growth and development.
Ontogeny.
Excellent stuff, Varmint. Thank you, thank you. 29 months is a very long time. Holy cow, that's like almost a whole year, Varmint. Thank you for keeping me online for this long. I appreciate that tremendously. Thank you, thank you. Holy cow. Yeah.
Conditions under which they were preserved. As such, they give us a totally different perspective on an ancient environment than we get from the bones.
There we go. Yeah.
Sadly, these fecal
Appreciate you,
fortunes are
Varmint.
far more rare than skeletal bones.
It's a little
Yep.
bit paradoxical that an animal only died once in its lifetime, but it defecated gazillions of times.
Yep.
But even so, coprolites from terrestrial animals are much rarer than their skeletal fossils.
Their scarcity has a lot to do with how fossils are formed.
So, remember when I said that if you find, you know, dinosaur poop in a rock shop, it's probably not actually real? This speaks to that. It's actually much more rare than you might imagine. It's really rare for poop to get fossilized. Like, fossilized dung, it's not a common thing. Yeah. Yeah, here.
Coprolites from terrestrial animals are much rarer than their skeletal fossils.
Their scarcity has a lot to do with how fossils are formed.
Most fossils are preserved when they are buried rapidly. That is often a flood event or some landslide. But in addition to that, you have to have some mineralizing agent.
Like phosphorus or calcium from the bones and tissues of a carnivorous dinosaur's prey.
So this is why the coprolites, the fossil dung of meat-eating dinosaurs seems to be more common than that of plant-eating dinosaurs. Because plant-eating dinosaurs, it's just plant material in there, in their poop. And that doesn't fossilize very well. But if you've already got a lot of calcium or a lot of phosphorus there in their doo-doo, you know, there's already the kinds of minerals that get preserved more readily in there. It's more likely to become a fossil. Does that make sense? That's why meat eaters' poops are more likely to be preserved than plant eaters' poops. You got that? Yeah. There we go.
But if you take dung from herbivorous animals,
Dropped his wallet.
in
There
order
you
to
go,
preserve
strange hamburger.
those, you actually need an external source of a mineral.
Yeah.
Paradoxically, that comes from the bacteria that are feeding on fossil dung. Their metabolic activities can cause minerals to precipitate out.
Yep.
In either case, the resulting coprolites can be incredibly difficult to identify.
Yep. Again, one of those reasons why if you find, you know, like you go to a rock shop and they're advertising, oh, buy this dinosaur poop, coprolites, very cool. It's almost never actually coprolites. And if it were, that would be like almost unjust to sell that because like these things are full of scientific information. You know?
Fossil feces can have many different colors. They can be pancake, they can be bulbous, they can be sausage shaped, and we have to look at several different techniques to try and determine if it is fossil feces or just a pretty rock.
Yeah.
Once she's fairly certain she's got the real deal, Dr. Chin can begin to investigate its origins.
You don't know who the poopatrator was, right? I will first...
I'm sorry. What did Kieran Chin say?
To investigate its origins.
You don't know who the perpetrator was.
Who was the perpetrator, you know? Or as Tracy Jordan from 30 Rock would say, the mystery of the phantom pooper, you know? Oh, that's great. One more time.
Dr. Chin can begin to investigate its origins.
You don't know who the perpetrator was, right? I will first see if I can see...
Nobody shall leave the room. We shall discover who the perpetrator was.
Recognizable on the surface, such as...
Wasn't you, Pfizer?
Or burrows from organism that burrowed in after it was deposited. I may make a thin section of it. I cut out a little piece and then I grind that down so you can see through it. Again, it's almost like you're in the field.
So this is like doing bone histology, you know? Like we're trying to figure out how old was a certain dinosaur. We cut open its bone, we make a thin section, you look at the growth rings inside. You also do histology on fossil poop, on coprolites like this.
Grind that down so you can see through it.
You make a microscope slide. You put it on the microscope, and then you look at what's inside of it. You look for plant material, bone material, whatever. You can figure out what this perpetrator was eating before it perpetrated the coprolite, you know?
Again, it's almost like you're in the field. You're like searching around the slide.
Yep.
Oh, what is that? Clues that say these are plant cells, these are animal cells, this is a piece of bone, it's a piece of shell.
Dr. Chin and her colleagues can then start to get into the nitty-gritty.
I might do a chemical analysis of it to see what kind of mineralogy it had. You can look at organic geochemical analyses or isotopic analyses. This is a kind of a new field in studying coprolites.
And with new techniques,
pretty cool.
Come new insights.
Yeah.
My colleagues.
So, hang on. I don't want to gloss over that. This is really important. Isotopic study of coprolites is something that's pretty new. You can actually look for different isotopes, like, you know, the chemical signatures of what these animals were eating. You don't have to visually identify it. You can actually figure that out chemically. What was this animal eating? And that is really, really cool.
Isotopic analyses.
Yeah.
This is a kind of a new field in studying coprolites.
And with new techniques can come new insights.
One of my colleagues, James Super, analyzed some coprolites from the Arctic. Inside, he found compounds that give us clues about how warm it was 78 million years ago.
Very cool.
Arctic Circle.
Yeah.
But of all the coprolites, Dr.
So
Chin...
this to me is incredibly exciting because as a paleontologist, this is what I do. It's what the field is all about, you know? Trying to figure out what these ancient ecosystems were like, what were these animals actually doing. We're trying to, like, bring them back to life in the sense that we're figuring out what were they like as living animals and what was this ecosystem like. And, you know, laugh if you'd like to, but fossil poop is an important aspect in that. And the people who study it, man, are they sought after and frequently cited, and, like, everybody wants them to work on samples that they've collected from a field site. Like, the stuff that you can learn about this, I wish our world was more full of coprolithologists, people who study fossil dung, you know? This is super exciting stuff, you know? And it goes to show there are so many different ways to be a paleontologist, you know? A lot of people hear the word paleontologist and they think dinosaur fossils, you know? And I guess I'm not really helping with that. I work on dinosaurs and I'm doing science outreach all the time, so I guess people will further associate paleontology with dinosaurs, but most paleontologists don't work on dinosaur fossils. Not even all paleontologists who study dinosaurs work on dinosaur bones. Some work on dinosaur dung, you know? But yeah, most paleontologists don't work on dinosaurs at all. They work in other time periods from long before the dinosaurs or from after the non-bird dinosaurs, or they work on various other groups of creatures. They work on fossil plants, fossil foraminifera, Fossil mammals, fossil insects, fossil fungi, fossil fishes, etc., etc. So yeah. Yeah. Lilith Hobo says, I make compost, so I'm a pre-coprolithologist. There you go. But yeah. Yeah.
78 million years ago above the Arctic Circle.
But of all the coprolites Dr. Chin has examined, none have provided more insights than those from western Montana's Two Medicine Formation.
Very cool.
I have spent many years studying these coprolites, and one thing that they revealed early on was the presence of very distinctive burrows that indicate the activity of dung beetles.
Very cool.
The occasional snail shell. More importantly,
they were filled with tiny pieces of conifer wood.
Dr. Chin mulled over those wood fibers until she realized that the dinosaur that ate them wasn't just munching on a pine tree.
The wood had actually been rotted before the dinosaurs ingested it.
These dinosaurs were eating rotting wood. Why in the world would they do that? If you're going to go chomp on a tree, why would you go choose a tree that's rotted? What do you think? It's crazy, right, Burnslots? To get drunk, says Lilith Hobo? Fungi? Insects? Some interesting hypotheses here from chat. Easier to digest, says Iconic Song. The grubs in a tree, says Burnslots. Easy to ferment in the tummy, says Clap Slap. Maybe they ate the rotting wood for the same reason that some animals eat gravel, says Strange Hamburger. Interesting. Well, let's take a look.
That the dinosaur that ate them wasn't just munching on a pine tree.
The wood had actually been rotted before the dinosaurs ingested it. We don't have modern mega herbivores like elephants making a practice of feeding on rotting wood, so that was a real surprise.
Yeah.
But Dr. Chin had a hunch that maybe these duck-billed dinosaurs had been snacking on something else entirely.
Vertebrates frequent rotting wood, so
Yep.
if those dinosaurs needed a good source of protein, they go to a rotten log, and that's a great way to find proteinaceous invertebrates.
Her hypothesis.
So if any of you said you think they were eating the bugs and crud inside, you might be right about that. Yeah. Really interesting, right? Really, really interesting. And we'll, shoot, another minute we'll talk about another possible insectivorous dinosaur here. But, yeah. Yeah. These are duck-billed dinosaurs. This is Maiasaura, presumably, that's eating this stuff. Yeah. Maiasaura. The good mother lizard. Maiasaura. There's a decent Maiasaura right there. Yeah. Big plant-eating dinosaur with a big duck bill on it. Presumably this is the poopatrator for those poops there. Yeah. Eating some bugs and crud there in the rotting logs. Especially if these dinosaurs are like getting ready to lay eggs, which is an expensive process. You know, it takes a lot of protein to do that. You're gestating baby Maiasaurs in your body inside of those eggs. So maybe they would go and eat some rotten logs and eat all the bugs inside. Just you gulp those things down in order to get more protein. You know? Yeah. Interesting stuff. Yeah.
Great way to find proteinaceous invertebrates.
Yeah.
The hypothesis was backed up when colleagues at the Denver Museum of Natural History and Science made their own fecal find.
They found coprolites in the Kaparowitz Formation, which is the same
Utah.
age
Yeah.
as a tree medicine. They also have rotted wood inside. They also have evidence of dung beetles inside. But in addition, they have actually pieces of broken up crustaceans.
What?
They were clearly broken up, so they were ingested.
Put together, these plain lumpy rocks reveal a whole ecosystem.
We have hadrosaurs, we have conifers, we have white rot fungi, and we have dung beetles and snails all in this one ecosystem, and we have fossil evidence of how these guys interacted. We can't get that from simple body fossils.
That's so cool. That's so cool.
Out on the prairie of Western Montana, precious coprolites are waiting to be dug up. You probably won't see them displayed in a museum like fossil bones, but they're sure to provide us a spectacular glimpse into the ancient past.
Very cool stuff. Yeah.
Thanks for watching.
Really, really neat. Let me give you the link to that video. But that's just another example of how nature doesn't always conform to the neat little boxes that we try and put it into, you know? Like, oh, this is a plant-eating dinosaur, so it only eats plants. Like, no. These duck-billed dinosaurs, they're eating plants. Apparently, they're eating insects, and they're eating crustaceans, too. They're eating whatever they can get, you know? Plant-eating animals will occasionally eat meat if given the chance. If it's just there and they need the protein, they'll go at it, you know? Deer will actually, like, use their antlers sometimes to knock birds' nests out of low-lying tree branches, low-hanging tree branches, and they'll eat the eggs or they'll eat the baby birds sometimes. You know, it's easy protein for them. No, they're not meat-eating animals, but they'll do that, you know? Animals have complex behaviors. Nature doesn't like to conform to our neat little human boxes that we try and put it into. Nature is messy and complex and interesting. There's a zillion gray areas, and yeah, it's fascinating stuff. Well, it's like a giraffe eating bones. There you go, Rampant Carnage. There you go. Yeah. Snacks are snacks, says Reese Dego. Yes. Snacks are snacks. True. And Clap Slap says dung beetles wouldn't necessarily be in there. No, those are dung beetles that were in the dung afterward. They burrowed in to the poop afterward. Yeah. But yeah. And Smay says, is that how animals transition from meat eating to plant eating? Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Even plant eating animals will occasionally eat meat or other animals if they get the chance. Like, they just do that, you know? Yeah. Yeah. And shoot. Here we go. 6 vegetarian animals that actually eat meat. Let's take a look at this from SciShow. Yeah.
If I asked you to picture a forest, you might envision a sunny grove with some
Too
deer
loud.
gently nibbling on leaves as they mosey on through. But those deer could actually be searching for a baby bird or two to munch on.
Well, it's just telling you about, yeah.
Deer can be carnivorous. In fact, many supposed plant eaters sneak the occasional fleshy snack, usually because some nutrients are just easier to get from animal parts. So here are 6 so-called vegetarians that regularly eat meat and bones, including ours. Everyone knows that Bambi and his friends are vegetarians. I mean, deer are quite literally built to eat plants. As ruminants, they have the ability to ferment plant material in their specialized stomachs, which allows them to live off a diet that would be way too fibrous for most creatures. But lots of deer apparently missed that memo, as they've been caught eating everything from baby birds to human bones. Yeah, human bones. A 2017 paper suggested that deer might frequently...
That's why when you're at Yellowstone and they tell you to, like, stay inside the car when there's, like, bison walking by or something, you know, make sure you do it. Keep your arms and legs inside the vehicle. Por favor, manténganse sus manos, brazos, pies y piernas dentro del vehículo. Y cuiden los niños, por favor. That's good advice, you know? Because they'll get you. Not really. They're presumably eating human bones of humans that already died. But yeah.
Gnaw on bodies left exposed in their habitats. We don't have any evidence that deer kill people outside of accidental encounters with vehicles, but they do most definitely.
No, and actually, no, shoot, that's also not true. Well, not. There was a story of there was like a hunter and a deer, and they killed each other. Like, the hunter shot the deer, but it was like a bad shot. And then he goes over to like finish the deer off, and then the deer like it like drove its antlers through his heart, and then they both died together. Anyway, that's pretty rare though. Yeah.
Deer kill people outside of accidental encounters with vehicles, but they do most definitely kill birds. Like, a lot. Nest cameras in North Dakota have filmed white-tailed deer snacking on chicks more often than traditional predators. And on an island in Scotland, red deer have been seen biting off the heads of seabird
It's poetic
chicks
there,
and
Brody, yeah.
chewing on birds' legs. Scientists think these deer are specifically targeting bones, since they're rich in phosphorus, calcium, and other minerals that are less common in plants. They need those nutrients to build strong bones for themselves, as well as those impressive antlers that deer are so known for. Sure, a rich mineral lick would suffice, but those aren't always around, whereas baby birds are everywhere. You'd expect that other ruminants would have similar dietary needs and therefore might also snack on the occasional bone. And yeah, they do. Sheep, cows, even giraffes have been seen sucking on bones or actively killing small animals, usually baby birds. Apparently, they're just a super convenient source of minerals if you don't happen to have a salt lick at hoof. Rodents are another group of animals that are known for their vegetarian diets, especially ones like squirrels and chipmunks. They just scamper along branches and stuff their furry little cheeks full of yummy acorns.
They will eat baby birds and stuff too. Yeah. They'll eat mice. They'll eat I remember a story of a squirrel carrying off a small puppy one time and eating it. Squirrels, they can be nasty. They really can be. Yeah.
Right? Well, it turns out, when they're not busy stashing nuts and eating the cherries off my cherry tree, squirrels and chipmunks take full advantage of their climbing ability to go after bird eggs and nestlings. They also seem to have no qualms eating frogs, lizards, snakes, and even turtles. And they'll kill and eat all sorts of small mammals, including other species of squirrel, or each other. Maybe that shouldn't be so surprising since rodents are notorious for eating their own young. But when they do, it's usually considered a sign that something's going wrong. Squirrels will act as predators when completely healthy, so there must be some other reason. Like with deer, one important clue is that they seem to target bones. Forensic scientists note that squirrels frequently gnaw on skeletons, for example, and their tiny teeth can cause enough damage to obscure important clues about the cause of death.
Yep, and so shoot, when I've been in the field, you know, out in, say, the Hell Creek Formation, eastern Montana, we're prospecting for new dinosaur fossils, out in the middle of the prairie. Occasionally we'll find bones of creatures that are not from the Cretaceous. They're just there on the surface, like maybe nestled in among the grass, you know, on top of the Badlands, like porcupine skeletons, a lot of deer skeletons, cow skeletons especially. And oftentimes they'll have knot marks on them from your local ground squirrels or prairie dogs or whoever else, these other rodents that have got these teeth and they love to gnaw on stuff and they want that calcium. They want that calcium. So they'll literally, you know, just chew on the bones.
So they might be looking for those extra minerals like deer are.
Never find human bones, Drufzilla, no.
Grind down their teeth. All rodents have continuously growing incisors.
Yep.
Those like rodent-y things in front. So chomping on hard bones might keep them in check. But in many cases, like with the baby birds, squirrels definitely seem to target flesh, which might mean that they hunt for the most obvious reason: food. Just extra calories. Lab experiments have shown that hungrier rodents are more likely to attack live prey. And other rodents like mice, beavers, and bunnies will also make a habit of dining on meat if the option is available. Meat consumption is so widespread in some rodents that scientists argue they really should be thought of as omnivores, not as herbivores. And given that about 40% of all mammals on the planet are rodents, that go-with-the-flow approach to their diet might have helped them conquer the world. Anyone who has tried to grow their own veggies...
Ooh, oh boy. Butterflies. I hope, chat, you will not have your love for butterflies ruined by this, but they will also eat living things on occasion. Yeah, I always thought that'd be the worst way to die, would be to just be kind of like strapped to a chair, Clockwork Orange style, with your eyelids held open, and then butterflies just like drink out of your eyes until you just dehydrate to death, you know? Yeah.
Is all too familiar with the leaf-destroying abilities of most caterpillars. But some
Lenina.
moth and butterfly larvae have decided plants are overrated, opting instead to snack on tasty flesh. Like inchworms in Hawaii with claw-tipped arms which will eagerly feast on flies. Or
Wow.
silk-weaving caterpillars that tie down snails so they can slurp
Ooh.
them from their shells. And all the
Gross.
caterpillars in the subfamily Meletinae eat aphids. But eating snails and insects pales in comparison to the moths and butterflies that dine on carrion. That's right, there are scavenging butterflies.
Really?
A lot of them, actually, especially when they're caterpillars. Most of these
I didn't know
caterpillars
that.
normally eat plants, but when the tastiest leaves are taken, they'll...
And Dinosaur Dave says, in a game called Stellaris, I created a butterfly race that were a devouring swarm. The way I imagine it is the ships lost in orbit and a swarm of beautiful butterflies float out and then just eat anything and everything. They're called the ravenous flutterers. Sounds terrifying, Dinosaur Dave.
go
Oh,
for
boy.
decaying flesh. As the saying goes, this is life, and no one gets out alive. So being able to eat dead things is a pretty good way to make a living. I'm not sure that that was a saying, but it is now. Caterpillar's tough jaw...
Wait, what was that? This is life and no one gets out alive? True. So being able to eat dead things is a pretty good way to make a living? There you go.
Jaws strong enough to tear through starchy leaves have no trouble with decaying meat. Some species are so common on corpses that they're used in forensics. Even adult butterflies get in on the scavenging action at times to get nutrients not found in nectar. They might flock to dead fish for the salts, the same reason they hang out on mineral licks or sip turtle tears, which, yes, is a thing. But some scientists think they...
Yeah, in fact, we might even be able to find footage of that. Yeah. Here we go. Here are some turtles doing their turtle thing. And this is like, they're so vibrant compared to everything else, it almost looks fake. But no, that's real. Yeah. They're drinking from the turtle's eyes. It's God's little creatures, you know? Incredibly weird. But you know, they do what they do. And, turtle tears. Delicious. You know? Yeah. When you tuned into paleontologizing today, did you think that you would be watching a video about butterflies drinking turtles' tears? I mean, I guess you didn't. But here we are, nevertheless. So yeah. Paid actor says, I won't sleep with my window open anymore. Get yourself a mosquito net, paid actor. Or a butterfly net. It doesn't even have to have as fine a mesh as a mosquito net. But, yeah. Anyway, let's continue here.
Mineral licks or sip turtle tears, which, yes, is a thing. But some scientists think they suck down rotting flesh for the amino acids, the molecular building blocks of proteins. The species caught using bait made of decaying meat are known to be super mobile butterflies, and all that extra protein probably helps them build and keep their flying muscles. Duikers are teeny little antelopes native to Africa.
Isn't it duikers? What did he say? Did he say duikers?
Build and keep their flying muscles. Duikers are teeny...
Dikers. I thought it was duikers. Whatever.
Little antelopes native to Africa. They're really cute. There are almost 24 different species, each more adorable than the last. But don't let their size or their cute little features fool you. Duikers can be ruthless. Though they're generally considered frugivores or
It almost sounds like something that, like, it should be from a Mad Max movie. Like, oh no, here come the Duikers. It's curtains for your... Anyway, yeah. Duikers, I think, is actually what they're called.
Duikers.
And I think one species does have fangs. They're Risadegu, yeah.
can be ruthless. Though they're generally considered frugivores or fruit eaters, animal matter is frequently found in their stomachs by people who cut open their stomachs, apparently. Things like insects and carrion usually make up about 0.1% of their diet, which...
Holy cow, seriously? Insects and you know, flesh of dead creatures usually make up about 0.1% of their diet? Oh, here come the Dwikers coming in here from the Bullet fam. Gonna go feast on the dead. That's nuts. Are you serious? 10% of their diet?
Apparently. Things like insects and carrion usually make up about 0.1% of their diet, which doesn't seem...
Oh, 0.1%. Oh, sorry, never mind. How did I missed the of a percent. I just thought 10th of their diet.
Things like insects and carrion usually make up about 0.1% of their diet.
Okay, so 0.1% of their diet. We've gone down by an order of magnitude. Actually, 2 orders of magnitude.
Which doesn't seem like very much. But studies have found some stomachs with 10% or more of their content.
Well, there you go. There's that 10%. I could pretend like I knew this was coming, but I didn't. I got it wrong at the beginning, and now I'm accidentally vindicated.
It's animal source. And they don't necessarily wait for their meals to die. In Angola, the yellowback duiker's taste for flesh is infamous. According to locals, they've actually learned how to eat tortoises, leaving behind empty shells wherever they go.
That's
and there are tons
horrible.
of scientific reports of duikers and their relatives eating all sorts of small birds, mammals, reptiles, and amphibians. More surprisingly, they seem to enjoy killing. Active duikers appear to play with living food, like a cat toying with a mouse. One bay duiker in the Zurich Zoo earned a reputation for stalking, killing, and eating pigeons that landed in its enclosure. Behaviors might not be natural in the wild. In fact, why duikers eat meat isn't entirely clear. It may be that, like their distant ruminant relatives, they use meaty snacks as nutritional supplements. Studies of their
Circle of life there in Delta Rain. Oh no.
wild diet suggest that the plants and fruits they eat are relatively low in minerals and protein, even though the animals fare better on a high-protein diet. But some zookeepers have found that they actually do better when raw meat is excluded from their meals. We just don't know enough about these shy, adorable, savage little antelopes to say for sure. Hippos might look like gentle...
Oh no. Uh-oh. Are we gonna learn that hippos occasionally, like, overturn boats and just eat everyone inside? And, because they certainly have the capability of doing so. Holy cow.
Giants, but even though they're considered herbivores, they're one of the most dangerous beasts in Africa. Their aggressive nature is legendary. It's said that they kill more people every year than lions and leopards combined, and that's probably...
Wow. Although, shoot, to be honest, if you combine a lion and a leopard, depending on how you do it, probably wouldn't be very good at killing people. Well, that's probably not what he meant.
Is legendary. It's said that they kill more people every year than lions and leopards combined, and that's probably not just because they're
he means
territorial.
by numbers.
Recently, biologists have come to the conclusion that they actually have a taste for meat. Hippos will scavenge carcasses they come across, and they've been known to walk right up to a feeding crocodile and take a bite out of its kill. But much more direct and savage stories have emerged over the years, including instances where hippos have definitely killed and eaten antelopes. And that's weird because it's been thought for a long time that hippos simply don't have the stomachs, or more accurately, the stomach bacteria to digest meat. But a 2015 review argues that the only thing limiting meat eating in hippos, or most herbivores really, is their ability to catch and eat it. And I guess
that's the thing, is that yes, meat is more, it's easier to digest than plants are. You know, when I went vegetarian, well over 10 years ago now at this point, which would mean that I was only 10 years old at the time, 9 years old. Because of course, like all successful Twitch streamers, I am of course 21 and single. You know? Yeah. So back when I went vegetarian more than 10 years ago, when I was like 9 years old, yeah, I don't know. I felt better since then. I don't know, vegetarian diet just works for me. But, Maybe that's because I was just getting too much, like, I don't know. Sephi314.
21 and single, sign me up.
Sephi, thank you for the 4 months of support right there. That's almost a year, isn't it, Sephi? Thank you. For your incredible support. I really appreciate that. And welcome back. It's good to see you. So yeah. What were we saying? Oh yeah, meat is easier to digest than plants. That's why plant-eating animals tend to have bigger guts. Think about a gorilla with a big old gut, or a panda bear. A panda will have a bigger gut than like a brown bear or a black bear, or a polar bear. Especially polar bears. Polar bears eat almost entirely meat. Maybe pretty much entirely meat. Yeah, meat's easier to digest than plants are. Plant-eating animals tend to have a larger digestive tract. They've got to have longer intestines in order to be able to extract more nutrients from that less nutrient-rich plant material. So yeah, this all makes sense, you know? Yeah.
Eating in hippo to digest meat. But a 2015 review argues that the only thing limiting meat eating in hippos, or most herbivores really, is their ability to catch and eat it. And I guess that makes sense, considering all the other supposed herbivores that eat meat when they have the opportunity. But hippos have a few meat-eating advantages over other herbivores, like their big giant mouth and teeth that can more easily tear apart hunks of flesh. And with their bulk and surprising speed and agility, they're more than capable of taking down large prey. Just how often hippos eat meat is uncertain, though. Most diet studies get their information from plant material found in feces, which does not tell you whether or not the animal has consumed meat. And it's hard to observe everything that goes into a hippo's mouth because they tend to eat at night. Also, it's kind of tough to stay close enough to...
They tend to eat at night, so... Hank is just outlining a hit horror movie here. You know? Where like a group of college students decides, oh yeah, we're gonna go fly to Botswana, and we're gonna go camp out there in the reeds, and you know, we're just gonna be here with the animals, and then and then one by one they start to disappear, and like grisly dismembered parts are found on the riverbanks, and they try to figure out what it is. Is it a crocodile? No, it's something else. It's something even more mobile than that. It's something even more terrifying. It's a hippo. Holy cow. You'd watch that, Ios? What would you call it? What would be the title for the film? Hippo is, well, shoot, you could go kind of the meme route with it. You could do like a, you know, like playing up the goofiness and ridiculousness of it, and like a la Snakes on a Plane or Cocaine Bear. And you could call it Hungry, Hungry Hippo. And it could be a hit. Yeah. There you go, Rodan. Yeah. Drug Hippo. Delta Rain. If it were one of Pablo Escobar's hippos, then shoot, maybe that's your angle, actually. Yeah. Hippo Trip. Oh no. Cocaine Hippo. Or maybe the hippopotamus oath. First, only do harm. Something like that, yeah. Yeah, holy cow. What a horrifying animal. They're so cool. Hippos are seriously, Hippopotamussacre. There you go. Yeah. Anyway, Vanxiety says, what's a good dinosaur for apartment living? Maybe like a cockatiel or a zebrafinch there, Vanxiety. Yeah. Yeah, Terror of the Nile. There you go, Mayor Space. That's an interesting idea. Yeah. Hippo's hairy carry horror? Like harakiri? Like Rodan like that? I don't know.
A giant aggressive hippo to see what it's nibbling on. You can't really do a diet study if you become part of the diet study, if you know what I mean. Obviously, we humans aren't always vegetarian, and it's no secret that chimpanzees wage wars against one another and will...
Yeah, chimps will, like, they'll create spears out of sticks, and they'll, like, kill monkeys with these. Not other chimps. They'll kill monkeys, and then they'll eat them. They'll, like, shish kebab them. Hippocalypse. There you go, Delta Rain. I like how people... how Chad is still very into the hippo title. Yeah.
Will hunt, kill, and consume other animals, especially monkeys. But most primates have a more peaceful reputation. Take bonobos, for example. These chimp cousins were supposed to basically embody the 1960s hippie movement. You know, making love, not war. Even though they're basically the same size and strength as chimpanzees, people thought they opted for a much more vegetarian diet. That is until about a decade ago when anthropologists watched them hunt down monkeys and other smaller mammals. And those observations are backed by DNA. Fecal DNA, to be precise. A 2010 study of 128 bonobo poop samples found evidence for recent meat consumption in 16% of them. One reason that these and other primates might eat the occasional steak is that it's hard to get enough vitamin B12 with a purely vegetarian diet. B12 is essential for healthy blood and nerve cells, and we mammals can't make it ourselves. Some animals, like ruminants and other animals with multiple stomachs, like hippos, have bacteria in their guts that produce this key nutrient.
Interesting.
So they get what they need because of their weird anatomy. We have some of those bacteria too, but there's a catch. They live so far along in our digestive tract that we just poop out all the B12 that they make. That's probably why bunnies and some rodents eat their own feces. And if they don't, they get B12 by having a non-vegan diet, usually by supplementing with insects. So it makes sense that even the most vegetarian-leaning primates might actually be somewhat omnivorous to ensure they get enough B12. Many primates probably eat insects for this exact reason, but some, like bonobos and chimpanzees, clearly have no problem subbing in a little red meat instead. And I do feel like mentioning you can get B12 without meat, it's just that us humans have a lot more dietary opportunities than wild chimpanzees.
Yes, this is true. Like, I'm vegetarian, and I don't eat any of the animals that you see here on the screen, or any other ones, and I'm getting enough B12 to be able to survive and stream 5 days a week here. So yeah.
But in the end, even animals we thought were super strict vegans might cheat a little more often, or a lot more often than we ever imagined. But if they do eat a little flesh now and then, they probably have a good reason for it. Learning what animals eat and why can help us take better care of them in captivity and understand our own dietary needs. If we want to go full vegan, we can get our B12 from pills or shots or fortified foods, not from eating our own poop. Thanks for watching this episode of SciShow, which could not exist without...
Yeah, anyway, here's a link to this video if you'd like to watch it on your own time too. Thanks to the people who made it. Good stuff. But yeah, you've never eaten any of those pictured animals? I may have actually accidentally swallowed a, let's go back to that tableau there. I may have accidentally at one point swallowed a deer while out running cross country. No, it was a butterfly. Not a pleasant experience, I can tell you that. Yeah, they don't like they're really brightly colored because they taste bad to birds. So they're saying, "Hey, look, I'm brightly colored. Don't eat me. You will regret it." I don't think they're toxic. And I'm still here today, aren't I? But yeah, anyway, at least it wasn't the hippo. Exactly. Murph, yeah. Anyway, there you go, Delta. But yeah, good stuff. Yeah. And both of those are monarchs and are toxic, says Burn Sluts. I will do my very best the next time I'm out running to not swallow a monarch butterfly. Yeah. Dinosaur Dave says, do you know why Allosaurus went extinct by any chance? Asking from a Mastodon post about them. We don't know. For whatever reason, here's actually a chance to share a really, really cool graphic with you. Holy cow, are you in for a treat, chat? Yeah. MTE. There we go. There we go. I actually have this chart laminated and hung up in my shower. Because I only started working on dinosaurs in Utah last summer, and I'm not nearly as familiar with them as I am from the dinosaurs of, like, say, Montana. But this is really, really awesome. Utah, for which Allosaurus is the state fossil, the official state fossil for the state of Utah. Utah seems to have more dinosaurs than any other state in the U.S. Not just the continental U.S., the entire U.S. So yeah, over 115 dinosaur species and 27 plus sequential faunal levels. So, Allosaurus, right here, is from the Morrison Formation. And even if you don't think you're familiar with the Morrison Formation, and if you're a big fan of the Doors, you're probably still not familiar with the Morrison Formation, unless you know a thing or two about dinosaurs. The Morrison Formation right here. Some of your favorite dinosaurs. The dinosaurs from Dinosaur National Monument. Late Jurassic dinosaurs. Allosaurus. Apatosaurus, a.k.a. Brontosaurus. Stegosaurus. You know, Stegosaurus here in chat is from the Morrison Formation. Brachiosaurus. Diplodocus. Also Ceratosaurus, Dryosaurus, Torvosaurus, etc. These are all from the Morrison Formation, and they all disappear, it seems. Except for maybe... There's a chance Camptosaurus and Dryosaurus evolve into something new up here. Mimorapelta might be the ancestor of these Polacanthians up here in the Cedar Mountain. But anyway, we've got an unknown amount of missing time right here. And during this time, most of these dinosaurs go extinct. Allosaurus, extinct. Torvosaurus, extinct. Apatosaurus, Diplodocus, Camarasaurus, all of them extinct right here. And we don't know why. In fact, we used to think that there was like a really kind of slow, gradual transition between the Jurassic period. You know, the end of the Jurassic is here in the Morrison Formation, at the top of the Morrison. We used to think that there was like a slow transition there in Utah. And they're like, oh, we don't know how much time there is there, so if one group of dinosaurs disappears, maybe they just died out very slowly or something. Here between the end of the Jurassic and the beginning of the Cretaceous. But now we've started finding rocks from the lower and lower and lower in the Cretaceous, down here in the Berriasian. Jim Kirkland could tell you all about this. These are some of the rocks I'm going to be digging in this next summer, in July and August. Like, there are rocks that go all the way down to the very bottom of the Cretaceous, so it seems like this transition here between Jurassic and Cretaceous dinosaurs is much more abrupt than we ever thought. There's like a certain turnover event, it seems. This is not a slow gradation from one to the other. It's something bad happened in here. We don't know what it is. And then suddenly, new dinosaurs up top. In the earliest Cretaceous. Which is strange, you know? And we're still figuring that stuff out. Yeah. And, how is there dinosaur news? They all died long ago. Oof. Very funny H email, but we are learning more and more about dinosaurs each and every day. And we talk about that all the time here on this channel. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway, and what's that extinction called if it has one? The End Jurassic extinction. Or the JK extinction. Jurassic Cretaceous. Yeah. So anyway. I guess as the turnover events are cyclical, they don't seem to be. Like, they seem to be a response to some sort of external factor here. Yeah, like, I don't know. There is an idea that goes back a long time that, like, maybe the mass extinctions on Earth are, like, they follow a consistent timeline. It's like once every 120 million years or something like that. You've got a major extinction event. People thought, oh, maybe there's like stars going supernova, or there's the Earth passing through an asteroid belt, or something like that. None of that seems to be true. The extinction events, like, they don't actually line up with a nice timeline like we used to think they did. For instance, shoot. Yeah, looking here. So a mass extinction event at the end of the Cretaceous, that's when the asteroid hit, wiped out the dinosaurs right here. Dinosaurs except for birds. But then there's I don't know if you could call it a mass extinction event, but there's an extinction event that happens here. And then between the Triassic and Jurassic. But then you've got a huge extinction event. Yeah, between the Triassic and Jurassic, and then the biggest one of all time between the Permian and the Triassic. What's often called the Great Dying. So it's like you've got this largest extinction event ever on Earth right here at the end of the Permian. And then you've got another huge one right here. And a small one here. And then you go up, and then there's a big one here. And then we do pretty well throughout here. There's some extinctions that take place at the end of the Eocene, it seems, or somewhere inside the Eocene. Anyway, it doesn't really seem to follow any kind of a consistent pattern. So it's not like clockwork, like, oh, every 40 million years there's an extinction event. It doesn't work that way. Yeah. So anyway. Yeah. How you doing, Feral Terminator? Howdy, howdy. Good to have you here. Yeah. So anyway. Yeah. They do line up to, well, I mean, to varying degrees. It doesn't seem to be anything significant, though. You know? That's kind of an old idea. You'd be hard-pressed to find a paleontologist nowadays who'd say, like, oh yeah, it works like clockwork. Yeah. And Scarfront, like you say, if enough time passes, something bad's gonna happen at some point. There you go. Yeah. And Dinosaur Dave says, so for Allosaurus to survive to today, it has to get through at least 2 mass extinctions. And then out, well, I don't know if the one between the Jurassic and Cretaceous is actually a mass extinction. There is some kind of extinction event here, where a lot of critters die, but it's not like a mass extinction. As I've heard it defined before, a mass extinction is where at least 50% of species on Earth die out. And that does not seem to be the case here between the Jurassic and the Cretaceous. Yeah, we often, we talk about the big 5 mass extinctions. Here we go. Let's see. We just watched a sci show here. Is this going to be any good? Let's try this. Let's give it a shot. And we'll turn the sound on.
The most recent and also well-known mass extinction event happened 66 million years ago and ended the era of dinosaurs. But in total, there were 5 of these catastrophic mass extinctions in the history of planet Earth. Before starting off with the first ever major ecological crisis, I would appreciate if you subscribe to the channel for free and like this video. It will help a lot.
Anyway.
Is why the vast majority of species was found in marine ecosystems in the Ordovician. The first mass extinction event occurred in the end Ordovician 440 million years.
And the meteor that made birds, well, no, birds didn't. So birds were around for a long time before that extinction event, Little Bigfoot. In fact, it almost killed all the birds too. Shoot. Yeah.
But in the serious game of paleontology, much larger mysteries still remain.
Yep. Here is a nice little figure right here, as yet unpublished, I think. But yeah, shoot, at the end of the Cretaceous period, when the asteroid hit, 94% of bird species got wiped out, it seems. 100% of their non-avian dinosaur relatives. So dinosaurs as a whole, what's the average between 100% and 94%? That'd be what, 96%? So it wiped out 96% of the dinosaurs.
Chuck, it's Marvin. Your cousin, Marvin.
Ruby Mad Hatter.
You know that new sound you looking for? Well, listen to this.
Thank you, Ruby Mad Hatter, for the raid. And welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Howdy, howdy. How was your stream? I hope it was really good. Welcome. My name is Danny Anduza.
In that brief moment, we alone are the only species to
Feral
comprehend
Terminator.
and appreciate the great dinosaurs.
Thank you for the 17 months of support, Feral Terminator. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Candid Gamera, what a great name. Thank you for being here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Ruby Mad Hatter, how did your stream go? Tell me all about it. Welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny. I work on dinosaurs. I dig them up. I study them. I publish on them. And now I talk about them 5 days a week right here on Twitch. It's great to have you here. Let me know if you've got any questions. So, yeah. Not in a very funny mayor space. Ruby Mad Hatter says it went fairly well. We talked about some geek/nerdy stuff while playing Jurassic World Evolution 2. Very nice. Did you get the Feathers DLC for it? Because we played that a few weeks ago, right when it came out. I was quite impressed with their feathered dinosaurs. Sinosauropteryx, Dinochirus, Eutyrannus. Excellent. Excellent. Very pleasantly surprised. Many of their other dinosaurs are not really very good. Some of them are pretty dog water, actually. But those new feathered ones, whoo, those excellent from a paleontologist perspective, yeah. Anyway, we were just talking about extinction rates. This is a little graph. I just talked to Pat about this today. She says it's not been published yet. I want to give her a better silhouette for this T-Rex, actually. But yeah. But yeah, it's like 94% of birds also got wiped out at the end of the Cretaceous, so, yeah. Anyway.
And must have happened in two pulses. Since most of the creatures were marine organisms, this catastrophic event resulted in the disappearance of 85% of marine species. The cause of this disaster was probably a global cooling period. There is strong evidence that the supercontinent Gondwana drifted towards the South Pole. This probably resulted in a temperature drop of 8 degrees Celsius and caused growth of continental ice sheets, leading to massive glaciation. The consequence was a seawater level drop.
Okay.
The second major ecological crisis occurred in the late Devonian, 371 million years ago. This period was exceptionally famous for the large armored jawed fish such as Dunkleosteus. This genus, however, went extinct in the late Devonian. It is unclear what caused this ecological crisis, but it is known that around 80% of species went extinct.
Holy cow.
Corals were hit especially hard, which led to a significant dying of coral reefs in the ocean. The third mass extinction event was the most severe of all 5.
The end Permian,
Permian extinction occurred around 250 million years ago.
Bad.
Estimated
to be a critter
on all marine species
on
went
planet
extinct
Earth
during it. And for the first time, also terrestrial families were severely affected. Therefore, the third mass extinction event in the end Permian is widely known as the Great Dying. What caused this gigantic loss of organisms is still debated. It may have been meteorites or methane, but one of the most...
It doesn't seem to have been meteorites or asteroids as far as I know. I think the general consensus nowadays is that the end Permian extinction was caused by mass release of methane, which caused runaway global warming, which is actually not to alarm anybody, but that's exactly what's happening today. So we might be on our way to creating our very own repeat of the greatest mass extinction event of all time, because we seem to be doing the same exact mechanism for that, you know? Oh boy. Ugh.
Accepted theories is that the Great Dying could have been initiated by volcanic eruptions. Even though this puzzle is not entirely solved yet, we know that the era of a multitude of marine organisms ended here. Trilobites went extinct. The remarkable sea scorpions were eradicated, but terrestrial organisms were also massively affected, even insects. It has been suggested that around 70% of all terrestrial species disappeared. Life was literally on the edge. The fourth great extinction event occurred in the era of dinosaurs and defined the so-called Triassic-Jurassic boundary.
And so this is, you know, what was it? End Ordovician, end Devonian, end Permian, and then right soon after that, end Triassic extinction event. Yowza.
In the Triassic, the coral reefs had finally recovered. During that time, the marine environments were...
Delta Rain says maybe the crows will get their chance to run the place after all. You know, after they're done plucking our bones free of any nutrients useful to them, you know, Godspeed to the crows. They will inherit the earth.
Were dominated by ichthyosaurs, an ancient group of large marine reptiles. 201 million years ago, the fourth great mass extinction event led to the disappearance of 75% of the species at that time.
Yowza.
There is much
That's
evidence
pretty crazy.
that the incident was caused by massive volcanic eruptions once again. The consequence must have been a global warming period and quadrupled carbon dioxide levels that led to ocean acidification.
Well, again, this is what we're doing to our own planet right now, and we're doing it on purpose. We've got a chance to stop this, but you know, if we don't, we'll deserve what happens to us.
Therefore, oceanic life was hit particularly hard. The last big mass extinction event is infamous as the end of the era of dinosaurs, 66 million years ago. At the end of the Cretaceous, a massive asteroid with a diameter of around 10 to 12 kilometers hit Earth. A crater almost 200 kilometers wide, located in today's northern Mexico, is proof of the impact. Even though the asteroid impact is the favored and well-accepted theory in science, as most of these drastic extinction events, it is likely that a combination of many devastating factors contributed to this catastrophic event.
Maybe. That's the thing, is that it may have actually been that volcanic eruptions at the time helped actually slightly mitigate the effect of that asteroid. Those two may have been forces in opposition at the time. The volcano is actually causing, like, global rise in temperature, and then the sudden drop in temperature that may have caused, like, massive, you know, global devastation to plants and photosynthetic organisms in the sea, that may have been slightly lessened as a result of the global temperature rise caused by the volcanic eruptions. But anyway,
around 75% of species were extinguished 66 million years ago. Among them, most dinosaurs. The lineage of the birds,
all of them except
however,
for birds.
as the living descendants of the dinosaurs, did survive until today.
But again, only a small percentage of birds. It was like 6% of bird species survived. About 94% of them were wiped out. 94%. We almost lost birds too. I think a lot of people kind of get the sense that, like, yeah, you know, dinosaurs, all the non-bird dinosaurs died out, but all the bird dinosaurs survived. No. Almost all the bird dinosaurs died out too. Only a very small percentage of them actually make it across the KPG boundary. Only a very small percentage of them actually survived. We almost lost birds completely also.
If you are interested whether it is possible to bring back extinct species such as Jurassic Park did with the dinosaurs, I recommend you to watch this video here.
Hang on a minute. That's not what I was trying to do. But yeah, here's a link to that video that we just watched right here. So yeah, I don't know. This is, I think, one of those examples of why paleontology is so important. we would not understand the idea of extinction in the way that we do if it were not for fossil science. We would not understand the jeopardy that we are putting ourselves in, through creating this global climate change, if we didn't have the fossil record to look at. You can learn from others' mistakes, and you can learn from others' misfortunes. Paleontology gives us the chance to do that. It gives us the chance to avoid catastrophes that have caused the extinction of groups that came long before us. It's one of the reasons why this science is so incredibly important. Not only does it give us perspective in the sense where, like, that enriches our lives, we can learn about the creatures that were here before us, we've got a fuller picture of what life on Earth is like, and its vast and incredible history. But there's practical knowledge that comes from that also. Like, deeply practical, like save our skins knowledge, like let's prevent our own extinction kind of knowledge. It comes from fossil science. Incredibly important field to study, to fund, and to get involved with. So yeah. So anyway, those who do not learn from history are doomed to repeat it. There you go, Charlie's Dragon. There you go. Well, our Triarchunkus continues to print right here. This is the butt and the other hind leg of the animal, moving up toward the tail. This is one of our very last dinosaurs that lived here on Earth. Triarchunkus, a kind of mononychine theropod like this. Currently printing this, and I'm excited to show you the rest of that tomorrow once it prints. Good stuff. Yeah. This, again, last of the Alvarezsaurs. Triarchunkus, where is that? Triarchunkus. There we go. Yeah. This was the very last of this kind of dinosaur. Lived alongside Tyrannosaurus rex, Triceratops prorsus, Pachycephalosaurus wyomingensis, etc. And here is the paper right here. Thrilled to be printing this animal, and I will show you more of it tomorrow. There's my name on the original publication. Yeah, good stuff. One of my dinosaurs. Very, very proud of this. And on tomorrow's stream, we will assemble the butt end of this animal. We'll stick that on there, and then we'll be printing the tail at the same time. So I hope you can tune in then. Yeah. But for right now, we are going to go ahead and wrap up this stream. Don't go away just yet, though. We're going to go right into somebody else doing some science. As our credits roll. Who else is doing some science right now? We'll pick somebody to raid into. Thank you to everybody whose names are showing up now in the chat. In the chat, but also in the credits. Thank you to everybody who contributed. Thank you to everybody who makes this stream possible. I appreciate you more than you know. Yeah. We are going to go raid into... Let's see, who else is doing some science right now? Oh! Killer Grizzlies from Harry Horror Show. Yeah, we're gonna go right into Harry Horror Show. We talked about animals. Grizzly bears are mostly herbivorous. They occasionally eat meat, and occasionally that meat is people. So yeah, this is gonna be intended for mature audiences, but we're gonna go right into Harry Horror Show. And I think actually Bob Harmon may have known. If this is the thing that happened in Montana in the 70s, I think the legendary Bob Harmon of Museum of the Rockies, who just died earlier this year, he was like involved in this, I think. Or not involved, but he was witness to this. We'll go right into Harry Horror Show right now. Thank you everybody for a wonderful stream. Raiders, lurkers, chatters, question askers, moderators, cheerers, and gifters. Thank you everybody. Appreciate you, and I hope to see you tomorrow. All right. See you later. Bye-bye.